Good evening. Nice to be with you. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Those incredible habits of colonialism, that finger wagging, it's amazing. Joe Biden, Obama, Trump, I forgot, Bush, Clinton, and so on. They seem to go to school somewhere where they learn to wag their finger. They can't talk to us without wagging their finger, telling us how to behave. When I listen to them speak, including Emmanuel Macron and Liz Truss, even the Queen of England met Liz Truss and died. Within hours of meeting her, she couldn't take it anymore. They seem to have this habit of speaking to us like that. And sometimes when I listen to them speak like that, I feel like that little boy in shorts, infantilized, old colonial habits. Anytime we stand up and say we're people, we're human beings as well, we have plans, we have projects, they say, sit down, listen to us. Such a pleasure today to listen to our comrades, Comrade Carlos, Comrade Bruno, from the great revolutionary experiments and processes in Venezuela and Cuba. So great to finally listen to world leaders who are adults. So great to listen to our comrades Claudia and Kristen. And you know what? Let me tell you something. When I say that they have this habit of wagging their fingers, I also want to say they're deeply mediocre people. You know, Joe Biden is a deeply mediocre man. There's something deeply unsettling about how mediocre the leaders of the United States are. I mean, look at Ted Cruz. What is this? Who are these people? And in a way, it's the people of the United States that's failing themselves. When you have the possibility of electing Claudia and Kristen to be your president and vice president, instead of amazing people like this, you send Joe Biden to what they call the White House. When they're the presidents, it'll be called the People's House. The House of White Supremacy. The White Supremacy House. Joe Biden wagging his fingers, telling everybody how to live, claiming the word democracy for themselves. Who gave them the right to claim the word democracy? Democracy is our word. Who gave them the right to destroy the word human with their propagandic phrase, human rights? Human rights is our word. That's our phrase. They shouldn't sully these words in their mouths. Democracy. What democracy? What democracy? The democracy of money. The democracy of money. Buying elections. Bribing politicians. That's this democracy. How can you claim to be a democracy when you have people who are hungry in your country? How can you claim to be a democracy when you have people who are hungry in your country? How is that a democracy? What kind of perversion makes you say democracy when you allow people to be hungry, when you allow them to have no houses, when you allow them to take refuge in cocaine, and then you go and bomb Colombia? What gives you the right to use the word democracy? Next year is the 200th anniversary 200 years. It's the 200th anniversary of the dreaded Monroe Doctrine. 200 years ago, the United States decided that it owns the Americas. And by the way, it was not just a speech made by James Monroe. Shortly thereafter, the United States conducted a war of aggression. Did you hear Biden say the United States never conducted a war of aggression? Mediocre. Mediocre. Lying about his own history. I know his history better than him. Mediocre. Unimpressive. Lying about his history. He says, just a few decades after the Monroe Doctrine, the United States, in an aggressive war against Mexico, seizes almost half the territory of Mexico. Then they call them California and so on. Occupied Mexico. When is Mexico going to claim that land back? When is that going to be back on the table? And then coup d'etat after coup d'etat after coup d'etat. From Guatemala to Brazil to Chile, Operation Condor. How many governments have you overthrown today, Joe? How many governments have you overthrown today, Joe? How many illegal, aggressive wars have you sanctioned, Joe? Did you vote to illegally bomb and destroy Iraq, Joe? Did you bomb illegally Libya and destroy that country, Joe? What are you doing today, Joe? Mediocre. Destroying the world and calling that democracy. That is not democracy. That is a perversion of the idea of democracy. The Monroe Doctrine, next year, 200 years. When is this country going to grow up? When is this country going to grow up? When is this country going to recognize that it actually is not a country on the hill? Give it up. You're just ordinary people. You're just people. You're just like the Mexicans. You're just like the Cubans. You're just like the Venezuelans. Relax. There's nothing special about the United States. Relax, guys. Relax. Relax. Take it easy. You'll have a lot less stress. Relax. You don't need a Monroe Doctrine. You don't need a global Monroe Doctrine. We don't need global NATO. We don't need US warships in the South China Sea. We don't need that. We don't need any of that. We don't want war. We want peace. Let me tell you something strange that I just learned recently, and I'm embarrassed to say I just learned it recently. I know that the United States spends almost...
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor.
Welcome.
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Yeah. Ooh, get some schmutz on my shirt here. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson, from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. And also Yoshimi from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Wow. Wow. Wow, what the music. Okay. Hey, y'all. Welcome in. Hope you're having a nice morning or afternoon or evening. Welcome in live viewers and replay viewers and CIA Steve and NSA Ned, EHS Dave, and Bob. And shout out to the homies. Shout out to all the mods of the channel. Thank you, mods, for helping keep this alive. Hello, replay viewers. Hello, lurkers and chat. What's up, chat? How you doing? How you doing, chat? Hope you're doing okay today. How are you all feeling? We got Spooky. We got Ross Publica. Everyone follow Ross Publica. Still alive, yeah? Yeah. You're gonna make this idiot on Twitter give you his PhD. That's great. Yeah. Still alive. And me, I'm still alive as well. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? We got Mildred Seashells in the house. Yeah. You made it on time. For once. Yoshi is just a little baby who just demands attention all the time. We got Bipedal Meatbag. Welcome in. Turns out Elon faked his whole education. What is going on with Twitter? I don't really think it's gonna die. But I figured I'd get the clickbait, you know what I mean? Right, Yoshi? He loves to do this. Such a little baby. There you go. Yeah, sit right there. That's good. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot to talk about today. I don't have a ton of stuff on my list. So maybe we could do that. Why is it opening up? Yoshi. You're so annoying. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I love her so much. All right. Well, here's what I'm trying to do over here. Is get a list going. Yoshi, you're sitting on the keyboard. You are the best. You know what I mean? You cannot do anything wrong. You're just literally perfect in every way. You're adorable and cute. Get a list going, chat. As always, I'm going to ask you, chat, throughout the stream, if you have links that are unrelated to like whatever we're talking about on stream, then those links are encouraged to go into the Discord. Okay? Okay. Whoop. Yeah. All right. And that should go on your radar. That's the name of that channel. And then if you get a link that's like related to whatever we're talking about during the stream, you could drop that in the chat. Or there's another channel in the Discord that's good for that too. Boobs.org. It's a great website, yeah. Wait, what? Is that what we're doing today? We're going to go to boobs.org. .org. Boobs.org. .com. .gov. Awesome. All right. Yeah, so here's the Discord. It looks like this. On your radar. That's where that goes. Like, maybe we'll check out this video with Maduro. I don't know. We'll try to see if we can get an update on Ukraine. We'll see if we can get an update on Iran. A non-imperialized update. It might be difficult. Okay, Yoshi, you're in the way. But if I move you, you're going to cause trouble. I know you. I also am going to be reading later from Black Shirts and Reds. And that'll be Chapter 8. Custom Stash in the house. Welcome in. I think that'll be Chapter 8. Okay. Fucking... I don't know. Do we want to talk about Twitter? Everyone's tweeting like it's the last day on Twitter. You know? What's the deal with that? What is the deal with that? Is it because you sent everyone home? You locked everyone out of the offices? Allegedly, people are quitting in droves and he's firing people, and this leads people to believe it's just not going to work anymore. I don't know. You really think so? You really think so? 2/3 of the staff are gone? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. Where's Tom when you need him? Tom could get the... If the website goes down, we'll just call Tom. That Photoshop is creepy. Yeah, I don't know. If it does go down, what are you going to do? You're going to go to Mastodon? Are y'all on other websites? The engineers who manage the site don't work there anymore. Literally 0 people in some departments. Yeah, but like, does that mean the website's going to break or what? Some stuff's not going to work anymore. I don't know. I bet it'll keep going. I bet it keeps going. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Could be wrong. Who cares? Earth to Skelly, welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. Love your face. I heard when you log in, Vitamin C's graduation place. When you go Mastodon, Parlor, and Truth Social. You do that. Morning, Britster. You do that, huh? Frank Talk Gang. What is that? Yeah, I don't know. My Pillow Guys social network? My Pillow Guys social network, yes. Folks, just make sure you find me in the Discord, you know? Come hang out with me there. Wait, I have an idea. If they take down Twitter, you should watch my stream. You know? Just come hang out with me. Like you're doing right now. Yeah, I don't know. If people are tweeting, if today's the end of Twitter, here's my last tweet. Oh, I gotta post day 14. This is a great talk, too. We may listen into this later today. I was listening to the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. People begging for Jack to return to Twitter? Is that what's happening? I didn't catch that. Alright, well, I can't find the tweet I was looking for, but... RIP Twitter, or whatever. I don't know. Any other thoughts on that one? Overblown? Underblown? Perfectly blown? I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems to be holding on. You heard Elon will be stepping down in a week and letting someone else run it? Nays, welcome in. You got ripped off. Oh, I think I edited the files. It's supposed to say Buongiorno. Alright, well, that's something I gotta fix later. Sorry, homie. My bad. I don't know what happened there. It's a business without a staff or income and a bunch of debt. What the fuck is the deal with the sink? Can we just... Has anyone done a deep dive on the sink? What could that possibly mean? I think when a bird dies, you say something like, fly high up there. Not IRP? It's... Fly high. Is that what they say? This doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Fly high, homie. We'll be among the birds. It's a fucking prop gag. Think Carrot Top level humor. I don't get it. Let that sink in. Circling the drain. He bought a sink. He brought a sink. And he's carrying it. What could this possibly mean? Sinking this company? It is so weird. It's not that complex. Okay, well, then just explain it. You're anxious to lose the connection. Well, I hope it doesn't go away. I sort of think it won't. No, she's in my way every day, every day. Yeah. R.I.P. Twitter. Or whatever. Yoshi, you're so cute. Everyone thinks so. Everyone thinks you're so cute. You might get back into that Adam Curtis thing. Might get back into it. Fly high, Twitter. Fly high. Fly on, little bird. Join the other birds. In the sky, in the sky. Fly high, little bird. You can do it. Let's just click the button. Fly high. Oh, Yoshi, you're fucking knocking around the weed, homie. She finds a way to ruin everything. All right, you gotta go, okay? Yeah. God damn your tail. You know not what you do. Such a little dirt ball. You find a way to ruin everything. You're so sweet. I can't believe you. She's like probably ruined hundreds of dollars of like glasses and stuff, you know? She just loves to knock glasses over. Loving this. Boop. Oh. Just want attention, I know. But guess what? I like attention too. And I get it from my chat. Right, chat? It's shocking that Elon owns Twitter. Let that sink in. That's the gag? Do you think so? I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's it. There's something about it. I don't know. You gotta love cats. You don't have a choice. That's literally it. That can't be it. It can't be it. That's just so dumb. That isn't it. That doesn't even make sense. Not funny. Let that sink in. Did he say let that sink in? What do you mean? Then he carries a sink into Twitter. It doesn't make sense though, right? It's uncomplicated, but it doesn't make sense, right? Unless he said, did he say something? That was the text in the tweet. Oh. I had no idea. Alright, so this is new. That was last night, 10 p.m. Are you kidding me? Let that sink. We just hit another all-time high in Twitter usage. Let that sink in. Oh my god. You've got to be joking me. That's just absurd. It is just... He brings it in. It carries it in and everything. It's just so weird. Because it's like a double entendre. Let that sink in. And let that sink in. Oh, okay, now we're playing with words. Now he's a wordsmith. He's just a regular poet over here, you know? He's got all the best words. Oh my god. I feel like just had emotional damage, you know? Alright, I fixed my buttons. Oh, I didn't. Did I not refresh? Try this one again.
It's false.
There
No
it is.
way. Not this time.
Alright, that works again.
Not this time. No.
Mediocre.
That works again.
Mediocre.
of the Islamic Union of
works
Mujahideen of
again.
Afghanistan and other members of his distinguished delegation.
This button works again.
Chile is rich.
I don't know. Was there anything else that was broken? Fixed everything. I love kittens. I think Yoshi would like a little friend. Right, Yoshi? Wouldn't it be nice for you to bother someone else? For there to be someone to bother you?
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Let that sink in. Just can't believe it. Let that... There's at least 3 possible meanings here. Yeah. Let that sink in. It's sinking all right. Why did you buy it, homie? If it's sinking, why did you buy it? Feels like it's all overblown? Yeah, I think maybe. It's just so weird. And his weird fucking outfit. And his fake ass hair. What was it? Someone tweeted something like, this guy's had more gender affirming surgeries than most trans people I know. Gosh, dude. And he's like gonna be anti-trans. I just hate him. He's the rich... They say he's the most wealthy person on the planet. As if his dad owning an emerald mine had nothing to do with it. It looked like Conan O'Brien in a Christmas jumper. It's such a weird dude. He's such a weird dude. Exactly. Angry Arthur. Exactly, homies. But, I don't know, Mastodon? Where are you gonna go? I don't even know what Mastodon looks like. We got Truth Social. I'd check it out. I'd peek over there. At this point, who cares, you know? If Twitter somehow becomes materially different to me, I don't even know what a Mastodon looks like. I don't even know how to do a Mastodon. When you post at Mastodon, what do they call them? So it's like tweets on Twitter, right? Mastodo. It's a Mastodo? Do? Masturbate. Yep. Instead of mastodont. Bad joke. Okay. Okay. I don't know, man. Instagram. Yeah. Instagram's not bad. I'd probably just go to Instagram. It's sort of cool. There's the sharing the sharing features are nice over there. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know, when you could share stuff to your stories, and that becomes an interesting feed as well. It's nice. Man, Yoshi spilled the weed. You know what I mean, Yoshi? With Instagram for me is It's something I use solely for local friends and keep away from my Twitter or online circle. You can make another account. Yeah. MySpace and Tumblr, yeah. Let's take Facebook back from our parents. All right, it's ours now. Get out of here. Step aside. No more memes, Grandma. Go take a nap. Log off. Out. Leave the keys. Make me a sandwich on your way out, too. I'm hungry. Could use a sandwich. Scram. Friendster. Let's check out Friendster. Let's get you to bed, Facebook. You're drunk. Howdy, tech guy. Welcome in. You just got rid of Facebook? It's so bad. It is so bad over there. I'm not going. I'm not doing it. I don't think I could go to Facebook. I was doing a bit. I was doing a joke before. Kappa. Kappa. You can't tell by the sound of my voice. So I'll type Kappa. Now you know I'm being sarcastic. You got rid of Facebook so long ago. So long ago. Doobie doobie doo. It was just yesterday. It feels like it, but it wasn't. Doobie doobie doo. How's it going? I got anything cool on your radar? Let's come up with a good list. Come up with a good list here, huh? At Democracy Now! We're going to check out the headlines. Okay. Have I tried it? No. Still waiting for Blue Sky. Blue Sky. With the sky, blue sky. This rotten time wouldn't seem so bad to me now. Gotta get that Wilco song. Second thought video. Should we abolish intellectual property? Yeah. Alright, I'll watch that too. That's on the list. On the list. What else is going on? We just got this rest in peace Twitter thing. That it? Yes, next. Next? Fuck, my family is on Facebook and they're all racists. Alright, we won't go to Facebook. We'll do something else. We won't go to Facebook. Not on my radar, but I wanted to show you Vexillological Circle Jerk. Yeah, it is funny. It's a good subreddit. They got jokes over there. They got flag jokes. If you like flag jokes, you're going to like that. Oh, I caught on that David Harvey did an audio series of him reading Grundrisse. Sounds like I got some Rev Lo-Fi work to do. That could be a subby goal or something. I still owe chat, I still owe you 10 Rev Lo-Fis. I owe you 10. Okay, we got to run in total here. I also got to crank out. Oh fuck, man! I owe you a lot. I also owe. I want to make sure I follow through here. The series. We never finished it. I only went up to like episode 3 of him reading Capital. Das Kapital. That's some dense ass shit. I tell you what. Boring. yeah, really boring. I got a lot of stuff to read. Got a lot of stuff to get into here. Kayla Papachet. She has this little short piece about Ukrainian nationalism. But then I guess this is the longer talk. I don't know if I want to do the longer talk. But this one's nice. We will watch that. It's good. Nice and good. Nancy Pelosi's dead. R.I.P. She's dead. I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, but I'm pretty sure she's dead. Is it still happening? Yeah, I mean, at this point, yes. But it's going to be a much different project than what we initially thought. At least we think so, and I don't know. At this point, we got so much scope creep that the project has totally shifted, I think, in a really good way. But it just means that we're going to be doing everything sort of behind the scenes now. But I'm hoping to make a really cool documentary series and find support for making it. Because I think it's going to be great. I think it's just a great narrative to be told. Turkish nationalism, I think it's a great opportunity for me to work on certain chops. My editing chops, video editing chops, writing chops. A lot of different things. I think that my content has been building towards something like this project. I don't know if it's going to be exactly this or what. We were also just talking yesterday about doing something similar, perhaps maybe with like fall of the Soviet Union. I think that could be some really fascinating shit. Probably find a lot of B-roll. And then we were watching we may continue watching the Adam Curtis series on that. We watched part 1 yesterday. It was fascinating. I'm articulate as fuck, so if you need an editor, call me. Generally speaking, I just need other people to work with. And like I think me and Karem figured out, at least we got the start of an idea of like how we would do this. Like we came together and we pretty much banged out an outline. And then like the idea is we independently do research and write little blurbs or whatever. And then the idea is that we would just come together, a couple times a week, once a week, once every other week or so, whatever, however often we want, and just bang our heads together and just like talk things out and be like, you know, I learned this thing about this. Is this right? Yes. Let's find a way to put that in there. How do we want to phrase it? And we just sort of organically, fill in that outline. I think that's going to work. So I'm like looking for people that want to get in on that. And I just want to pick a project and just go after it. Pick a project that my content has been working towards. Pick a project that challenges Empire's narratives. Pick a project that allows us to take what we've been doing over here and like package it in a nice, tidy way so that people learn shit from us. Because the thing is, like, I do the live stream, if people miss my live stream, it's gone. You just need a researcher. I need like a researcher, someone who's good at writing. I just need someone to hang out with me and bang this out. Sort of like what I've been doing with the Turkey thing, Turkey. So I don't know. I've been toying with that idea. I'm looking for projects. I want to do something really cool. I want to make something really cool. I want to make something bigger than myself. I think that sounds awesome. I'm thinking about so I'm thinking about Robbie Martin. Robbie Martin was on our channel. He was one of my guests maybe about a year ago. He made this. No, I think it was maybe like March. We had him in March. He's got this 3-part series. I've only watched one part of it. It's called A Very Heavy Agenda. I think I watched part 2 of it because it's about Ukraine the most. But I think the entire thing is just about neoconservatism, specifically Robert Kagan. I'm not quite sure again because I haven't seen the other 2. But it's just so good. I want to work towards something like that someday, So I figure it would be really cool to cut my teeth and work on my research and editing and writing and video editing and maybe even narrating. I don't know. But work towards something like that. Something like Adam Curtis's documentary. I feel like this could be really it could be an evolution of my content. It could be where it goes because I just, you never know where it's going to go. But it feels like I would like to see more documentary material from people with a material and dialectical approach. And I feel like I'm not seeing enough of it. There's always room for this content to be made to explain certain topics. And even if it's been done in podcast form, I want to make video. So I don't know. That's sort of where I am. I'm just thinking out loud. Good narrative voice and good takes. Go for it. Thank you. I like where you're going with that. It's nice to have company while you work. That's why I love putting your stream on while I do homework or something. I've actually wanted to ask you long ago if you'd ever want to hang out in Discord VC and work on stuff together. But this sounds great because chat, who hangs during that part of your stream, can pick your brain and vice versa. Not 100% sure I'm following. Adam Curtis without the anti-communist agenda. That's sort of it, yeah. Honestly, sounds great. We need more people doing political education. One of the things that we need to do, I believe, is break through to the compatible left. Convince them that they are among the most propagandized people in the history of the world. And we do that by forcing the contradiction of Empire's narratives and by, bringing to light potential resolutions to that contradiction. What is it? Instead of imperialism, what do we want? We want to destroy imperialism, but what do we want in its place? super imperialism. Imperialism 2, Electric Boogaloo. Edit right here. Whoa. I just noticed I can edit something right into... Well, now it went away. Oh, I can. I can edit it right there. That's great. Sorry. All right, so I don't know. If you have a project in mind, let me know. Maybe we can work something out. But I wanna challenge Empire's narratives. And I want to increase a material understanding of the world and help others do the same. So I don't know. That's one reason I'm doing the Turkey Project. I think this sort of seed of a project we planted yesterday, maybe talking about again the end of the Soviet Union and what happened in its when it was done. It was just fucking hell, man. Really looking forward to the rest of this Adam Curtis series. Fascinating. Okay, how about we go ahead and start with the headlines?
Welcome
It's
to
53 minutes in. Do you think they fixed the audio yet? Here we go.
Democracy Now!,
DemocracyNow.org,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I'm
Amy Goodwin. We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Talks are expected to go into overtime on the last official day of the COP27 climate conference here in Sharm el-Sheikh, as delegates seek a compromise on an agreement over the issue of loss and damage and how to slow down global emissions to combat the climate catastrophe. Activists condemned an early draft agreement which failed to call for the phase down of all fossil fuels. On Thursday, the European Union agreed to a new loss and damage fund to compensate poor nations for the impacts of the climate crisis, but key actors, including the United States, have thus far objected to such a fund. In an 11th-hour appeal to climate delegates, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on Thursday for nations to overcome a breakdown in trust between rich and poor and stand together to prevent the worst effects of the climate crisis.
This is no time for finger-pointing. The blame game is a recipe for mutually assured destruction. I'm here to appeal to all parties to rise to this moment and to the greatest challenge that humanity is facing.
We'll have more on the UN Climate Summit here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, later in the broadcast. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she will not seek a leadership role in the next Congress after 2 decades spent leading House Democrats. Pelosi spoke from the House floor Thursday after midterm election results showed Republicans have won a narrow majority in the House of Representatives.
I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility.
In California, Democratic Congressmember Katie Porter has been re-elected to represent the 47th House District in Orange County after a narrow win. Porter is a former UC Irvine law professor known for her tough questioning of witnesses during hearings of the House Oversight and Natural Resource Committees. Questioning, for example, the heads of Wells Fargo and Bank of America, as well as J.P. Morgan Chase. In Colorado, the race between far-right Republican Congressmember Lauren Boebert and Democratic challenger Adam Frisch appears to be headed for a recount after initial tally showed Boebert's lead at just over 500 votes out of 327,000 counted. Boebert is a far-right Trump supporter, an election denier, and infamously vowed to carry her Glock pistol on the Capitol grounds. Last year, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy McCarthy refused to sanction Boebert after she
Fucking
used
psycho,
racist
dude.
language to attack her Muslim
Top of the hour.
colleagues. Ukraine's government says 10 million people have been left without electricity after dozens of Russian aerial attacks targeted Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. On Thursday, the first snow of the season fell on Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine. In Russia, U.S. political prisoner, women's basketball star Brittany Griner has been moved to a penal colony hundreds of miles southeast of Moscow. Earlier today, Russia's deputy foreign minister said he hopes to negotiate a prisoner swap with the U.S. that would include convicted arms trafficker Viktor Bout, known as the Merchant of Death. Meanwhile, jailed Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny said Thursday he's been permanently transferred to a cramped solitary confinement cell in a notorious penal colony east of Moscow and will be
The Merchant of Death.
largely cut off from the outside world.
Can't even believe it.
The Biden administration's petitioning a U.S. court to grant Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman sovereign immunity in a civil case seeking legal accountability for his involvement in the 2018 murder of journalist Jamal
Say what?
Khashoggi. The U.S. State Department argued bin Salman's new role as Saudi Arabia's prime minister means that he's, quote, the sitting head of government and accordingly immune. Biden vowed as a presidential candidate to make Saudi Arabia a pariah for the state-sponsored killing of Khashoggi, who is a Washington Post columnist. But since taking office, Biden has refused to condemn bin Salman for ordering Khashoggi's killing and dismemberment. In the Gaza Strip, at least 21 people were killed and others injured on Thursday after a fire tore through an apartment complex.
All right. Who's the Merchant of Death?
Earlier today, Russia's deputy foreign minister said he hopes to negotiate a prisoner swap with the U.S. that would include convicted arms trafficker Viktor Bout, known as the Merchant of Death.
Who calls them the Merchant of Death? Known as. Okay, known as that by whom? Who writes this shit, dude? They're an arms trafficker? Okay. So, let's just pause and say, if you're an arms trafficker, that makes you a merchant of death, or what? Because I hate to say something about Amy, you know, the people... It's like, do you think the State Department doesn't? She seems to think that the U.S. State Department doesn't do that. Are you fucking kidding me over here? You undercut the State Department's market, they get really mad at you. How's that a fair trade? An arms dealer for a basketball player who had weed? What do you mean fair? I don't even know. How do you measure fairness in this situation? It's so weird, right? We're a whole nation of war profiteers. Yeah. Sounds like a good trade to me. Yeah. Fine, Democracy Now! Isn't the best on reporting on U.S. foreign policy. Yeah. Absolutely. Russia overestimates the West's leadership's compassion and desire to rescue her. Maybe. We will like the Merchant of Death. You take weed, lady. We get Merchant of Death. There we go, Hodega. We got the bot saying hi to you and everything. You love to see it. Let me get my cat before she breaks something in the back room. She's screamy today. Such a little baby. I'm thinking about the okay. Let's continue then. And then Navalny and then MBS. What is this?
On the outside, grant Saudi Crown Prince.
Hold on.
The Biden administration's petitioning a U.S. court to grant Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman sovereign immunity.
Say that again.
In the outside world.
So much going on here.
The Biden administration's petitioning a U.S. court to
grant
Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman sovereign immunity in a civil case seeking legal accountability for his involvement in the 2018 murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The U.S. State Department argued bin Salman's new role as Saudi Arabia's prime minister means that he's, quote, the sitting head of government and accordingly immune. Biden vowed as a presidential candidate to make Saudi Arabia a pariah for the state-sponsored killing of Khashoggi, who is a Washington Post
to give him immunity for cutting him up.
Columnist. But since taking office, Biden has refused to condemn bin Salman for ordering Khashoggi's killing and dismemberment. In the Gaza Strip, at least 21 people were killed and others injured on Thursday after a fire tore through an apartment complex in the crowded Jabalia refugee camp. In response to a request from the Palestinian Authority, Israeli officials said they would lift Gaza's normal travel restrictions to allow survivors to seek medical treatment in Israel. The FIFA World Cup soccer tournament opens in Qatar Sunday as human rights advocates condemn serious labor and human rights abuses against migrant workers who built stadiums and other infrastructure in preparation for Qatar to host one of the most anticipated international sports tournaments. Rights groups report thousands of migrant workers from countries including India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka have died in the dozen years since Qatar won the right to host this year's World Cup. Qatar has also deported migrant workers who've denounced wage theft. In New York City, part-time faculty members at the new school have gone on an indefinite strike to demand a fair union contract. Adjuncts say they haven't received a pay raise since 2018, and that administrators' offer of a 3.5% wage increase falls short of keeping pace with record inflation. Meanwhile, nearly 50,000 student workers at all 10 University of California campuses are on the 5th day of an open-ended strike. The workers are demanding child care subsidies, better health care for dependents, lower tuition for international scholars, and are asking for their compensation to be tied to housing costs. In more labor news, thousands of Starbucks workers at over 100 stores nationwide walked off the job yesterday over the company's refusal to bargain in good faith with newly unionized workers. Starbucks workers in New York joined the day of action dubbed the Red Cup Rebellion.
Starbucks claims to be a progressive company, but they drive us to the bone every single day. Our health care is unaffordable for many of us. We have serious health and safety issues in our store.
We are on strike because we are fighting for better scheduling, fair wages, and the failure to bargain from Starbucks. They have not decided to bargain with the unions, which is an illegal activity. They've been stalling. They've been doing their best to avoid us.
Hundreds of Twitter workers resigned Thursday after rejecting new owner Elon Musk's one-day ultimatum to go, quote, extremely hardcore or leave within 3 months with 3 months severance pay. Twitter has closed its doors until Monday as it figures.
To hear Amy say it like that is hilarious.
out which former workers it now needs to cut access for, and amidst rumors, Musk is worried about internal sabotage at the company. Musk reportedly met with some workers in hopes of convincing them to stay. The hashtag RIP Twitter began trending on Twitter. On Thursday night, a light projection on Twitter's San Francisco headquarters trolled Elon Musk with the words bankruptcy baby, apartheid profiteer, and space Karen, among other insults.
Space Karen.
Alabama prison officials called off the execution of Kenneth Eugene Smith Thursday after they struggled to establish an IV line for his lethal injection. Alabama canceled another execution in September for the same reason. This comes after an execution team in Arizona struggled Wednesday with the killing of a prisoner for the third time this year. 76-year-old Murray Hooper had always maintained his innocence after being convicted of murder and sentenced to death in 1983 without any DNA evidence, but was repeatedly denied DNA testing. After failing to insert an IV into Hooper's arm, his executioners used a vein near his groin. Hooper reportedly turned to witnesses and said, "Can you believe this?" And Stoughton Lynn, the longtime peace and civil rights activist, lawyer, author, and people's historian, has died at the age of 92. In the early 1960s, Stoughton Lynn taught alongside his friend Howard Zinn at Spelman College in Atlanta and served as director of the SNCC Freedom Schools of Mississippi. He was a leading early critic of the Vietnam War. The State Department stripped him of his passport after he traveled to North Vietnam in 1965. Stoughton Lynn was a conscientious objector during the Korean War, later supported U.S. soldiers who refused to fight in Iraq. He appeared on Democracy Now! In 2006.
The logic of those precedents is that a soldier in Iraq, or like Lieutenant Aaron Watada, under orders to be deployed to Iraq, can say, I consider this to be a war crime. Even if my superiors tell me something different, I am obliged to use my own judgment, my own conscience, and so I say no.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy
Lamy Badman. Okay. Great. Here it is. Even mention Ukraine?
What is the best way to end the war in Ukraine and finally find peace on Earth? Well, it's obviously to keep sending weapons and money to Ukraine until they can win, right? No, the answer to ending war is not to continue funding it. Welcome to Debunking Ukrainian Nationalism. This is a series that will study and debunk the myths behind Ukrainian nationalist propaganda that is all around us today. Let me just say, there is nothing like the will of a people struggling for national liberation. They will give themselves entirely for their freedom, and there is absolutely beauty in that. The issue with this for the Ukrainian national liberation struggle is that their tactics and ideology is one that is very parallel to Germany's tactics of 1930s. Both had seen themselves as oppressed and exploited. In both cases, they were by the West. In both of these cases, nationalism gripped the country, and the people there saw themselves not as aggressors, but as subjugated nations fighting for their dignity. In both of these cases, nationalism was also greatly repelled by sections of the working class, who would find themselves being persecuted, or worse, executed. And the nationalists of both these countries have advocated for the extermination of the Russian people, and as a result, both have seen the Russian bear say, F around and find out. As the war escalates, many are calling for concessions and peace agreements to be made. Ukrainian nationalists and the Ukrainian state have rejected any compromise and accused those of suggesting it as being complicit in genocide. All throughout the history of war, concessions have been made by the bested side to the victors for the sake of maintaining power and control of whatever territory they can. See the Treaty of Versailles, the Treaty of Riga, or the Treaty of Paris for more. To suggest that conceding land amounts to genocide is not only willful manipulation, but it is horribly irresponsible in the age of nuclear capabilities. The best weapons and all the money will not win Ukraine the war. The US spent $2.3 trillion on the war in Afghanistan, only to relinquish power back to the Taliban. Additionally, the actions of the Ukrainian government have drawn the country to be even more divided. Now is the time we need to stand up to our leaders and Ukrainian nationalists to advocate for a signing of peace so that Ukraine and the rest of the world can live another day. As always, fuck NATO.
What? Zelensky's coming to the US to get interviewed by Letterman? And he's gonna go vacation with George Bush for a while at our expense? Our taxes are gonna pay for this? Well, I guess I just have to go vote harder. Oh, vote harder, everyone. Just vote harder. Taxes paid for the Ukraine parliament to give themselves a 70% raise. Get out of here. Not sure I knew that. Wow. Yoshi wants to sit right in front of me. No. Ask for asylum while he's here. Oh. They're going to let him get away with it, aren't they? They're going to let the West get away with it again. We should be seeing like war crime tribunals for both sides. But I got this bad feeling they're just going to let them get away with it. And then they're just going to say, oh, well, any war crime was because... No Ukrainian war crime would have happened if Putin didn't decide to invade. That's like they're going to say everything. Just like they're pulling that out right now for the missiles that landed in Poland. They're already pulling out that excuse. Well, whatever. Every side does war crimes. Well, we wouldn't have done any if Putin didn't decide to invade to begin with. You could just totally see this is where this is going to go. I'm sorry. No, you're not. These people are apologists of war, you know? I give you the link. There's the link, Siskiyou Cat. Cats always know how to choose the most in the way spot to sit. Get the fuck out of here. Go get a job. What are you doing? Are you gonna sit on my lap? Sit on my lap. This is nice. When you sit on my lap, at least you're not screaming. I guess that's a shorter version of the whole talk that she did. This is hour 38 here. Talks with Noah and Carlos. I don't know if I want to watch this. I got so many things that I got to get into. Sound bombs, welcome in. Sound effects not working? I'm not sure what you mean. Which ones? All right. You're not hearing them? Did I fix them? That's the wrong button.
Wow.
What sound effects are you supposed to be hearing that you're not hearing? Come on. The buttons. Which buttons? Someone do a button. Some of them may be broken and I need to fix them. Right. Not just the sounds, it's just the buttons, the whole buttons, huh? Okay. Let me fix that. Bet Yoshi did it. She's always finding ways to break everything. Let me just like reestablish my connection or whatever. Okay. Mini Fs? Oh no. Someone try one now. Thought you were supposed to be, yeah. She's supposed to be working the boom. Let's do a punch. Alright, we're back in business. Let me know if it doesn't work again. Thank you. Thank you, Sound Bombs. If Gorbachev wouldn't do what he did, much more war crimes wouldn't happen. Oh. This emote. You're such a cutie pie. You're gonna sit on my lap? What do you want to do, homie? This little baby just wants all the attention. Okay. Is there anything else to talk about Ukraine here? Yesterday at 2, we mentioned this. Oh, but this is a different source talking about this as well. Blowback, Italian police bus Azov-tied Nazi cell planning terror attacks. It's like the tweet or something? Yoshi, you're naughty.
You've been a naughty boy, and I'm gonna spank you.
What's the deal? This is them. It's not really anything in the video. Not really much there. Translate it. Discover. Okay. Hold up. Yeah, we got a verified account here. Translate the tweet. Discovery of a neo-Nazi denier and supremacist subversive association. Arrests and searches in Operation Digos of Naples with a collaboration of the Central Police Prevention, DCPP, and Service Polizia Postale. Right, hold up. Verified doesn't mean what it used to. Yeah, you can go check if you click or tap on the check mark, you'll be able to tell if they bought it or if it's like one of the old school verified. It's weird. I think if it's blue, that means they paid for it. This one's white. Oh, you are. I am verified on Twitch. Awesome. Feels like I accomplished something, you know? I got snack time. So this is blowback, homies. That's what this is. Dexter, they're chasing my cursor. That's great. Does it look like an incomplete and wonky swastika? Sort of does. Like they didn't know how to draw it. Oh, and I didn't notice this before, but the book with the Valhalla Express also has the Azov stuff on there too. So weird. Has Sam covered this? Sam Cedar? A fucking nightmare. Go back. All right, Sam, check here. Love your face. He had contacts with a subversive and neo-Nazi paramilitary. Whoa. Magistrates maintain that Radomski, together with another suspect, Gianpiero Testa, a 25-year-old from Marigliano, who ended up in prison, declared he was, quote, ready to carry out terrorist military actions with weapons and explosives against the Carabinieri or against civilian targets. Carabinieri? Carabinieri. What does that mean? Italian cops? Carabinieri. Wow. The crime of denial and supremacy actually exists in Italy? Okay. Grazie, Digos. Adesso l'ergastolo. I can't say that. All'ergastolo. All'ergastolo. Okay, I can't really do French. Nouvelle arrestation. Italie. De groupe néo-nazi. French. I'm not good at French. Good at eating cookies. New arrest in Italy of neo-Nazi denier and supremacist group this morning. Got him! This is a real checkmark. Verified. Verified because it's notable, it says. Oh, I'll take notes. This is wild. Dude. What the fuck, man? Let me know if you hear more details. Because I'm curious. I'm curious here. What's gonna go on with this? I love cookies. But remember, the Azov Battalion is not involved in international terror, according to Sam Cedar. You cannot believe he says this, and then the next day this shit breaks. It was only a matter of time something like this happens, bro. You know? Only a matter of time something like this happens again. And when it does, I'm going to be able to say I told you so, but I'm not going to... It's not going to make me happy. You know, I'd love to be wrong. The Italians are doing Putler propaganda, yeah. Take away their check mark. Not real. Notable. They're not working hardcore. They gotta be fired from Twitter. Liars. They're lying. You could tell. The spaghetti eaters are lying to our faces, and they think they're gonna get away with it. Look at this guy. Liar. Ants on fire. This is all lies. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything written in Italian. Prove that they're neo-Nazis. Prove it. Show me the tattoos. Show me the patches. Actually, there were tons of pictures. Don't you feel like it was a little too on the nose, though? Doesn't it look like an op? Like, who just has a picture of Hitler, you know? Am I weird for being suspicious about this? I don't know. Fuck Nazis, right? Anyone who simps for a billionaire should be mocked. Yes! It's like, do they... Yes. Is your feed really screwy since last night? You keep seeing old shit? Not me. I don't think I've noticed anything. I haven't noticed anything yet. On the twitter.com. Watch this video one last time. Okay.
I need your money to kill babies by abortion. You, taxpayer, give me your money to pay for baby killing.
No! I don't believe in abortion!
I don't care. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give me money to kill babies.
No, don't hit her.
All right, I'll pay you. Don't hit me anymore. Please, please, kill my baby. Kill my baby.
You, kill that woman's baby.
Oh my God, dude. That's Obama.
Yes, yes.
What the fuck up. Fucking what? Oh my god, dude. What was that? I click show number of tweets and it doesn't load anything. Show number tweets? Showing 8-hour old tweets? This one? What are you talking about? Show number tweets? Oh, tweets. We're getting tweets from 30 seconds ago. Maybe change this from home to top tweets or whatever. Now it's back. I fixed it. It was failing for you. I fixed it. You're welcome. What is this? Okay. What's on our radar? What's on the list for today here? Is there anything else to talk about Ukraine? Does Ryan Berletic have an update on Ukraine? Weekly stream for discussing current events. Wait. I fixed Twitter. Yeah. Nope, nothing new here. Oh, this is starting to sound like it could be good. It's super long, though. This is super long. Twitter won't have very good security with all their staffing gone, so I deleted the app. I don't want to get hacked. Shit. An interesting take. Teens Morning News. Hold the fuck up. Oh, it's just a clip. I got played, homie. I got played. They just tricked me. What the fuck? It's live?
Noted that the formation of Team Blue was likely about, quote, settling score.
All right, let me just start it from the top. This is great news. All right. I guess I gotta do this. Okay. Here we go. That's a really great point.
Oh, hello there. Wake up. It's Means Morning News. 11 a.m. on the East Coast in Washington, D.C., and this is that source for anti-capitalist news and analysis. Thanks for watching. I'm the host, Sam Sachs. Good morning to everyone. It's That Friday Show, and I can report that Twitter is still working as of right now. Elon Musk hasn't completely broken the website. It has not crashed yet. But if you're not watching this show live, if you waited until this weekend to watch it, well, then I can't make any guarantees. The site might be nuked. If you follow me and want to keep up with my posts after the website dies, if the website dies, DM me your mailing address, and I'll send you handwritten tweets. Folks, it's the end of an era in the Democratic Party and the start of a new era that will be just as antagonistic to the left. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced on Thursday she will not seek to be the leader of the Democrats' next session of Congress.
What's the guy's name?
Putting an end to her rule of the caucus after nearly 20 years. Her deputy, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, who is 83 years old, 1 year older than Pelosi, also said he would not seek a leadership position, that it's time for a younger generation to take the reins. Which means, in all likelihood, the new person leading House Democrats will be This guy,
Hakeem
Hakeem Jeffries, congressman from New York, who, like Pelosi, is no friend of the left. Check out this tidbit of info on him from a profile in The Atlantic last year. Quote, he doesn't endorse the Green New Deal. He doesn't like feeling bullied into signing on. He believes that activists are too caught up in thinking about changing society around environmental goals rather than the systemic racism that he wants to focus on. In that same article, Jeffries elaborated, drawing a distinction between himself and the growing strain of socialism trying to influence the Democratic Party. He said, quote, there will never be a moment where I bend the knee to hard-left democratic socialism. He added, quote, hard-left progressives tend to view the defining problem in America as one that is anchored in class. That is not my experience as a black man in this country, and perhaps that's where we have a difference of perspective. Yeah, I'd say so. To really see who Jeffries intends to serve, though, just follow the money. Top interest groups that have given him money over the course of his career include Securities and Investments, real estate developers, and the Israel lobby. Jeffries is one of the few Democrats in Congress that has also received political donations from Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, which owns Fox News. But it's that apartheid money that has really influenced him. Here Jeffries was speaking at an AIPAC conference back in 2020.
Well, someone said to me, they said, Hakeem, you're going to Israel a 5th time? I said, listen, I'm from New York City. And back home in New York City, we consider Jerusalem to be the 6th borough. As long as I have the opportunity to serve in Congress, I'm going to make sure that that aid continues in a strongly robust fashion, no conditions.
Jeffries has gone on to support legislation that would punish companies for endorsing the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israel. And it's clear that under his leadership, the Democratic Party will be just as adversarial to leftists hoping to win primary elections. The American Prospect reported on his prior activities crushing the left. He started the Team Blue PAC last year to help fund the campaigns of incumbent centrist Democrats against left-wing challengers. And his main ally on that project is Rep. Josh Gottheimer, the corporate Democrat who was instrumental in sinking the social welfare programs in the Build Back Better legislation.
Hey, guys.
Prospect noted that the formation of Team Blue was likely about, quote, settling scores with young squad-adjacent progressives. As they say, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. In the wake of the collapse of FTX last week, many analysts have been noting how it could have been way worse. That fortunately, so far, the downturn of the crypto market this year has only had a limited impact on the wider economy. But according to Senator Pat Toomey, the top Republican lawmaker overseeing financial regulation, the problem is that FTX and other crypto firms that collapsed this week weren't more interconnected with the banking system. Get a load of this shit.
Last year, the Fed, the FDIC, and the OCC committed to providing greater clarity on the involvement of banks in crypto activities, such as providing custody services or issuing stablecoins. Well, over a year later, they've still provided no public clarity. And during that same period, we've seen several high-profile collapses of crypto companies, including a very prominent example just last week. I think it's very possible that customers harmed by these collapses would have been better off if their crypto assets had been safeguarded by regulated banks that have been providing custody services for other kinds of assets for literally hundreds of years.
Oh yes, of course. A bank would never misuse customers' funds in face of a liquidity crisis is something I too would believe if I was 10 years old. Anyway, banks have been welcoming crypto business even as their CEOs call crypto investors suckers. Just last month, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon called Bitcoin worthless. He's previously called it a fraud, fool's gold, worst person, you know. But banks are getting more and more connected, including Diamonds, which last year gave its wealth managers permission to buy Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. You know, it was a scandal during the Great Recession when congressional investigators found that Goldman Sachs traders were selling mortgage-backed securities that they privately called shitty. Well, Diamond is doing it out in the open with crypto and no one seems to care. By the way, the more that's learned about the collapse of FTX, the worse it gets. In a bankruptcy filing, the new CEO of FTX, John Ray, said of the company, quote, "Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information." And that's coming from a guy who oversaw the liquidation of Enron. Financial Times reported on what else was in the bankruptcy filing. Quote, "FTX failed to keep proper books, records, or security controls for the digital assets it held for customers and used software to conceal the misuse of customer funds. FTX did not have an accounting department and instead outsourced this function. The company did not have an accurate list of its own bank accounts or even a complete record of the people who worked for it. FTX used an unsecured group email account to manage the security keys for its digital assets, and the group's funds had been used to purchase homes and other personal items for staff and advisors, and payments were approved through the use of personalized emojis in an online chat." Wow. Damn, dude. Bankman-Fried not really doing himself any favors in the aftermath of all this either. In a DM with a Vox reporter that was then published, he said, "Fuck regulators," and that he was just doing woke Westerner PR when he was calling for responsible regulation. Despite all of this, billionaires want to keep throwing money at Sam Bankman-Fried. Check out this interview with investor Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank fame.
If SPF knocked on your door again and said, "Look, I failed in my last venture. I have a new crypto venture. I need money," would you back him?
That's a great question. No one's asked me yet. I think we can all admit, you can love him or hate him given what's happened, but he was one of the most brilliant traders in the crypto universe. He also built one of the most robust platforms. We used FTX actively. It was a very robust platform that allowed us to get information on a compliant basis. So I really like what he built.
Would you back him?
The answer would be yes.
Incredible stuff. The ruling class is dumb as bricks. Look, I know a lot of people want to see Sam Bankman-Fried in jail, but think of all the good he can do in the future separating billionaires from their money. Now that is some hella effective altruism. And finally, you've heard a lot of concern from U.S. officials about Russia's use of Iranian drones in its invasion of Ukraine. It's led to condemnation of Iran and fresh sanctions against its economy. But a new report from, of all places, Ukrainian intelligence found that U.S. companies and other Western firms share some of the blame for the proliferation of these Iranian drones. A review of downed and captured drones show that 3/4 of the components inside them are made in America, with other components made in Israel, Germany, and Japan.
Oh,
that's pretty awkward.
God, 3/4.
They're not very surprising when you consider that the U.S. is the world's largest arms dealer, and even with export controls, weapon components made in the good old U.S. of A. are pretty easy to acquire. Now, two main takeaways here. One, capital has no national allegiance, and during times of war will seek out to profit by arming both sides of the conflict. U.S. defense contractors are making billions to supply weapons to the Ukrainian army, and it would appear some other firms are also making money building weapons parts that are now being used by Russia. And two, sanctions on Iran don't work. Sure, they've resulted in a number of civilian deaths by restricting medical supplies during a pandemic, 13,000 of them, in fact, according to an analysis from the Brookings Institute. But as evidenced by the country's growing fleet of drones built with Western parts, the stated aim of the sanctions has been a total failure. Now, in response to all of this, the Wall Street Journal reported that an agency inside the Commerce Department tasked with enforcing export controls has launched an investigation to determine how so many American parts ended up in the drones that are now attacking Ukrainians. Capitalism. The answer is capitalism. Profit-seeking, war profiteers, all that sort of stuff.
Nobody wakes up and decides that they're going to ruin their whole life. You know? Nobody makes that choice. One time I was in rehab and they were talking about how there's an original body of pain. And you create more pain on top of that trying to handle the original thing that hurt you. Addiction is not a moral deficiency. It doesn't mean I love my child any less.
There's a lot of judgmental people out there. How can she use with her baby?
Okay, if I skip this. This is going on. A lot longer than I thought it would. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is just other stuff on the channel. Okay.
Hey, let's check out those Rich Dick nominations on social media. The always reliable Rona put forward Richard Hamlet, an evangelist who makes $500,000 a year and uses that money to buy up multifamily homes and become a slumlord. Jesus, that's pretty bad. The likely new Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, also nominated. Good to keep the pressure on him from the get-go. Also a nomination for his predecessor, Nancy Pelosi, just to send her off in the right way. We got a nomination for all the Democrats who voted with Republicans this week to declare an end to the COVID emergency. Both Sam Bankman-Fried and Elon Musk also nominated. And a couple rich families got nods too. The Sacklers, who are primarily responsible for the U.S. opioid crisis, and the Ricketts family, who are big-time Republican donors and the owners of the Chicago Cubs. Very strong nominations right there. And while it is true that a family will be receiving the dishonors, it's not the ones I just mentioned. Nope. This week's Rich Dicks are the House of Al Thani, the ruling family of Qatar. Thanks to Gotham Teacher for the nomination, and Chaffee, who correctly noted that now is the best time to make them rich dicks. And that's because the World Cup begins in Qatar this weekend. It's the first time the tournament has been played in the Middle East, in an Arabic-speaking, Muslim-majority nation. And that's great. I don't even care that Qatar likely won the bid through corruption and bribery. So have all the other host nations going back decades. It's just how the game is played. And while I am disturbed by the nature of the Qatari government, an absolute monarchy ruled by the same family going back to the 19th century, that has repressive anti-LGBTQ plus laws and where women aren't as free as men. Let's face it, Qatar doesn't crack the top 10 in governments around the world that are actively doing harm, and many at the top of the list, including the US, Brazil, and Russia, have already hosted World Cups. You can't get too bad about the World Cup in Qatar unless you're ready 100% to boycott the World Cup in the US in 2026. I'm not even mad that at the last minute, just 2 days before the tournament starts, Qatar completely reversed itself and is now banned selling and drinking alcohol at stadiums. It honestly might make things better. But I will admit I am extremely uneasy about the mass exploitation of labor and death of migrant workers that has gone into making Qatar ready to host the World Cup. And it's something that the House of Al Thani has directly profited off of, swelling its already massive wealth reported to be north of $330 billion. It's unclear just how many workers have died building stadiums, hotels, and other pieces of infrastructure in the searing desert heat. Human rights groups have put the number in the thousands, while the Qatari government has itself claimed only 3 workers have died. But Qatar doesn't count those who die slowly from the stress of the job through mental and physical exhaustion. Those deaths are classified as natural. The country has spent somewhere north of $200 billion on building projects since it won the World Cup bid. And Qatar has relied on the extremely exploitative kafala model to ensure a cheap and captive workforce. The London Review of Books explains it this way, quote, "Under this system, all workers must have a sponsor who is responsible for their conduct and who has the power to decide whether they can take another job and whether they can stay in the country at all. Many migrants are forced to cede their passports and other documents to their sponsors. They often get paid much less than they have been led to believe and are housed in dismal conditions. They have no legal redress, and trade unions are banned." Of the 2.9 million people who live in Qatar, only 300,000 are actual citizens.
Pin a message? I didn't know I could pin a message. I'm gonna go with fuck Hakeem Jeffries. What? That's so weird. That's new. Customize time. Here. Unpin after 20 minutes. Manually unpin or end of stream. Wow. Okay. Weird. Weird, right? It was weird.
Now, it is true that this model isn't unique to Qatar. It's used in several Gulf countries. And also under pressure, Qatar has introduced reforms to the system to give workers more rights. But it's mostly been too little, too late. And one of the most notorious exploiters of labor has been the House of Al Thani itself. According to an investigation by the labor rights group Equidem, a construction company owned by the Al Thani family is responsible for some of the worst labor conditions. Hamad bin Khalid Contracting Company's president is Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, who was the ruler of Qatar until 2013 when he handed the reins of power off to his son. According to Equidem, quote, some of the worst conditions that we found were actually in stadiums that were being constructed by this company. Workers told the group stories about being beaten and pressured to work faster by supervisors, also stories about how the company would relocate workers to different sites ahead of planned inspections. In one instance, bosses set off a fire alarm so that all the workers would congregate outside. They were then loaded on vans and taken to a different site in order to avoid a safety inspection. It was also reported that thousands have not been fully paid for their labor and have little recourse to collect what's owed to them. So yeah, all that stuff is pretty bad. And even though there were exploitative conditions that went into building stadiums in Russia in 2018 and human rights violations with the clearing of favelas ahead of the World Cup in Brazil in 2014, the sheer scale of abuse behind this year's World Cup almost feels like a difference of kind and not just degree, especially when you consider how the monarchy itself directly profits off of it. Now, having said all of that, will I still be watching the World Cup this year? Yeah, probably. I'll keep drinking that garbage, but I won't feel good about it. And the whole time I'm going to be thinking to myself, wow, that Thani family, there's some massive rich dicks. Curious about what happened this week in working class history? Hey guys, I got you covered. Let's break open those archives. We begin this week in 1915 with the Glasgow rent strike. In response to landlords raising the rent by 25% and threatening to evict anyone who couldn't pay, tens of thousands of people decided not to pay. You can't kick us all out. Industrial workers joined in to support the rent strike. Communities banded together to protect each other from authorities trying to serve evictions. At its height, 25,000 people were on a rent strike.
I love Venn
They eventually
diagrams.
won. Greedy landlords had their cases thrown out in court, and the action led to the creation of rent control laws across the UK. Next up this week in 1918, a massive general strike rocked Brazil. It began when textile workers walked off the job demanding higher wages. Construction and metal workers quickly followed suit. The strike turned into a full-blown attempt at revolution, with anarchists and communists attempting to build a worker state. There was heavy fighting with police, but ultimately the uprising was defeated. The military was able to infiltrate the revolutionary organizations, leaders were all arrested, and the groups disbanded. Not such a happy ending to that one. Moving right along now to 1945, when this week, that year, the U.S. was rocked by mass strikes following the end of World War II. 225,000 GM workers walked off the job after bosses refused to negotiate with them. The walkout triggered other strikes over the next few months among electrical workers, meat packers, steel workers, rail workers, and coal miners. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it was, quote, the most concentrated period of labor management strife in the country's history. Over 2.9 million workers were on strike at some point, included mine workers who went on strike against the government, which had taken over the mines months earlier to break a strike. Strike wave grinded the nation's economy to a halt. And finally, jumping ahead to 1973 and the beginning of a student uprising at Athens Polytechnic against the military junta that controlled Greece. Students occupied university buildings and broadcasted calls for revolution across the airwaves. Others heard the message and flocked to the campus to join the protest. Eventually, Greek authorities called in the army. A tank crashed into the gates of the school, and shooting started. An estimated 24 civilians were killed in the clashes. The junta would prevail, but only temporarily. Months later, there was a new coup that brought an even more repressive government to Greece, but that was eventually deposed too, and democracy restored to the country in 1974. November 17th, the start of the student uprising, is now commemorated every year in Greece. If you'd like to learn more about these stories or any other events that happened in working class history, follow the project on Twitter, listen to the podcast, and subscribe to their Patreon. Before we get to today's sunrise, I just wanted to let everyone know that we're starting Black Friday early at Means TV, and it doesn't involve you rushing out to fight with people at a Best Buy and make workers' lives even more miserable. You can just log on to Means.tv and buy some stuff. Our biggest sale of the year begins today, 50% off annual subscriptions and 25% off our union-made shirts. Click the Black Friday tab at the top of Means.tv. Take advantage and support your local worker cooperative.
That's a deal. Really? Black Friday sale. Oh. My email address. Hold on. Choose offer. Oh. $55. I could show you this. But yeah. $55. All right. An idea. Never mind. Never mind. Heroic Skeleton, welcome in. A damn good deal. All right. They got merch. That's stuff they got. Are they still doing Southpaw Sports? That's still a show? Still a show? What do they do over there? Okay, they're involved with The economic update? I didn't know that. They're involved with the crime pays, but botany doesn't. That's cool. Positive leftist news. That's cool. All right, Luna Oi. Not even a show. Step back history. I didn't know that. Fascinating. Empire Files. Cool. Okay. That's cool stuff, huh? Abby Martin's awesome. So's Robbie. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty good. We're having a good time here, guys. Watching the news here. Talking about the stuff. Yeah. How about the new second thought? Why not? Here we go.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get early access to every video, plus our patrons-only Discord server, consider becoming a patron by following the link below. There's no reason for intellectual property to exist. This week, we're looking at how and why we should abolish this idea to replace it with something better. First things first, let's talk about insulin. Insulin is a life-saving drug. It can be the difference between a pretty normal, long life and the constant risk of ketoacidosis, diabetic coma, and premature death for millions of people around the world. And yet, despite only costing $10 to produce a vial's worth, about 1 in 5 Americans with diabetes can't afford treatment and need to ration their insulin. That's because insulin is way too expensive. In the US, it's estimated that insulin prices jump between 15 and 17% every single year. Today, a 10 ml vial costs around $300, when it used to be just $20 back in 1996. In this country, monthly insulin costs regularly exceed $1,000 for those without insurance. So many diabetics in the US have had to resort to incredibly dangerous strategies to get to the end of the month, like not eating, not testing their blood sugar level, or simply not giving their body the amount of insulin it needs. At the core of this problem, and many, many others, is the concept of intellectual property. Currently, the different patents to produce insulin are held by 3 companies in the US: Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi. Together, they control about 90% of the insulin market. And through the yearly tradition of patenting minuscule changes to their process and formula, they've made sure that no generic version of the drug can be manufactured by anybody else. Thanks to intellectual property laws, just 3 companies have a fully legal cartel, an oligopoly. And all of this despite the formula for synthetic insulin being 100 years old at this point, and the original creators selling the first patent for only $1, refusing to rake in massive profits for their invention in the hopes it would be universally accessible someday. The story is almost identical with COVID vaccines. Just a couple companies own the patents to the most effective ones, and have been on a price gouging spree for years at this point. Seeing ahead of time how this would play out, all the way back in October of 2020, India, South Africa, and over 100 other countries went to the World Trade Organization to request that intellectual property restrictions be waived on COVID vaccines, testing, and treatment so that they could actually try to limit the dangers of this already deadly virus. But the patent owners are powerful. And so is the US, the country where most of these patents are registered. So they made sure they would stay quote-unquote protected, notably by hiring over 100 lobbyists to make sure their IP wouldn't be released to anyone. These companies, through the US's leadership, made sure that the WTO would refuse to waive existing restrictions, which it did for over 600 days, dragging out the pandemic for months while infections continued to spread. When finally these restrictions were waived, not too long ago, and millions of preventable deaths later, the WTO's plan didn't even include waiving IP protections for tests or treatments, only vaccines. So, like with just about everything, poorer countries are forced to face the consequences of a disease we can mitigate and control without adequate resources. Not because we don't have the means to produce them, but because the knowledge required to do so is held for ransom. And the consequences are grim. According to Oxfam, for every life lost in a rich country, another 4 people have died in a poorer nation due to COVID. There is no doubt that universal access to COVID-related IP would have made a difference. In their attempt to justify this ghoulish behavior, pharma companies have argued that this is about protecting innovation. That without strong exclusionary IP laws, they'd have no incentive to produce these vaccines and innovation would just shrivel up. But they don't even believe this themselves. These same companies now defending IP laws like it's their favorite Minecraft streamer getting canceled on Twitter are the same companies who, right at the start of the pandemic, desperately clamored for IP laws to be dropped in order to develop the vaccines we know today. This has nothing to do with innovation and everything to do with profit. Like everyone else who defends IP, they're kicking away the ladder. Using publicly available knowledge, or in this case, going around existing IP laws to develop something, then once they're on top, acting like IP laws are sacred natural rights that the state must protect at any cost, including tremendous loss of life. Climbing the ladder, then kicking it away so no one else can do the same. And who can blame them? This strategy works. The US has been doing the exact same thing for years. To become the industrial powerhouse of the 19th and 20th centuries, the US encouraged and actively engaged in IP theft. Once upon a time, Britain had kickstarted the Industrial Revolution, and in the process, set up laws to make sure its innovations wouldn't get out. It had used processes and resources it had stolen across the world, and now it was time to kick the ladder. But the US didn't like lagging behind. So some of the country's founding fathers made sure that any industrial spy willing to bring over the new technology of water-powered textile mills and those dope mechanical looms everyone was talking about would be legally protected in the US. So that's what happened. The first industrial machine in the country, this textile mill in Rhode Island, widely considered the birthplace of the American Industrial Revolution, wasn't the product of American genius and innovation, nor of the strength of IP laws, but plain and simple IP theft. Today, though, now that it's at the top of the ladder, it's America's turn to kick. On the international stage, the US preaches the sanctity of IP laws, and has even built an international system of enforcement to go with it. On the rhetorical front, the US will often claim that China steals hundreds of billions of dollars a year from the US through IP theft, an amount that's calculated by assuming every counterfeit good sold for cheap is equivalent to losing a sale of the expensive original version, which obviously it's not. Most people buy things when they're cheap, meaning any IP theft calculation you see is almost guaranteed to be inflated. Regardless, the US is basically complaining about China doing the same thing it did all those years ago when it was in the same position, developing in the shadow of a wealthier hegemon. Alongside this more symbolic pressure, though, the US and the rest of the imperial core have also set up TRIPS, the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights. TRIPS is an international pact signed by just about every country in the world to police the kind of IP theft that the US so handsomely profited from earlier in its development. While the World Trade Organization tries to portray TRIPS as a benevolent global enforcement system, all it actually does is grant powerful countries legal protections over their IP monopolies, while keeping poorer countries down. That's because rich countries are almost always sellers of IP, thanks to centuries of exploitation of the global south, and poor countries are almost always buyers. A system like TRIPS that enforces the same IP protections for everyone, regardless of how much intellectual property they're actually able to produce, therefore effectively locks poor countries into total dependence on Western IP, since the funds that would otherwise go towards developing new technologies and expanding on the innovations that start out in the West are instead spent buying basic IP from the only legal sellers. As if all this wasn't bad enough, there's a possibility that IP laws may become even more important in coming years. Studies have shown that copyright-intensive industries, like motion pictures, publishing, and software, are seeing their profit margins grow over time, whereas more material-driven industries, like construction, transportation, and mining, are on the decline. It is increasingly safe to profit with IP, and risky to go down the traditional path. Market rules being what they are, investors will follow the money. But this doesn't just mean more movies and songs. In the book For Futures, Life After Capitalism, author Peter Fraze takes this trend to its logical conclusion and imagines what chasing IP profits might turn into. And it doesn't look good. In a hypothetical world where material scarcity has been overcome, where profits are no longer made by taking real things, transforming them, and selling them for more, capitalists will seek refuge from irrelevancy by holding on to intellectual property. IP owners would sit at the top of society, only needing to hire a small class of creators to produce the property for them, marketers to sell it, and lawyers to fight IP disputes, reducing the rest of society to simple consumers, blocked behind paywalls to access products protected by IP laws without the ability to actually enjoy the fact that abundance is possible, and that no one would technically need to lack anything. The world would have seemingly infinite resources, limited only by the parasitic need to find profit somewhere. Fraze's thought experiment is an extreme example of how far things might go. But what it ultimately highlights is something we already know exists today. Capitalism requires scarcity to function, and in the absence of material scarcity, intellectual property allows capitalists to maintain it artificially to our collective detriment. And look, I know that so far I've talked at a very macro scale, either in terms of millions of people, countries, or entire future societies. But this is probably not what you expected from this video. The first thing that comes to everyone's mind with IP is artists, authors, musicians, inventors. Basically any sort of independent creator. IP usually is not sold to us as a way to protect big pharmaceutical companies' profits or the privilege of a small class of IP owners. It's usually about sticking up for the little guy, making sure that when they create something, someone more powerful and capable can't come in and rip them off. And if IP actually did that, it really would be great. But the reality is that that's not who IP actually benefits. That doesn't mean these concerns aren't valid, and I'll address them when I sketch out the socialist alternative to IP later. But as it stands, that's just not who IP protects. On the contrary, large companies, most notably in the tech sector, have weaponized IP against independent creatives and smaller competitors. By filing thousands of patents a year, companies like Apple and Google have created portfolios that they can bring into the courtroom. Whenever Apple sniffs out that someone is innovating down a path they're interested in for themselves, they'll go fishing in their portfolio of purposefully and necessarily vague patents to find something similar that they already own. They'll then take their competition to court, drowning smaller fish in years-long expensive disputes that Apple has the budget to win and that most others don't. In a complete reversal of what we're told IP law is supposed to do, the little guy is absolutely screwed over. And this is not even addressing how companies claim their workers' IP as their own, or publishing houses and record labels, where IP is siphoned up and away from creators, landing in the hands of a class of rent-seeking capitalists who produce nothing and simply have the means to acquire the rights to the work of others. So, given all these problems, given the natural monopolies that IP creates, the price gouging, the loss of life traded for profit, the stifling of innovation, and everything else, what might a socialist alternative look like? Here are a few ideas, and if you have more, by all means, put them in the comments. Obviously, the first thing that a socialist society should do is make sure information is free. That means that it should be both free to circulate everywhere and not cost anything to the person consuming it, for lack of a better word. This doesn't mean, however, that it shouldn't be compensated. A key socialist criticism of capitalism is that it appropriates workers' labor for the propertied class. So any socialist society where money is still a necessity can't be doing something similar to its intellectual producers. As both a way to compensate and incentivize intellectual production then, a socialist society could go down a few different paths. Socialist governments could establish various funds, like an art fund, an engineering fund, or a fund for researchers in applied sciences. Like the grant system that exists today, people would apply to a democratic board for funding to conduct research or produce something with the stipulation that whatever they create enters the public domain once it's done. The labor has been compensated, but no monopoly over the knowledge has been established, and it can circulate freely, helping someone else stand on the shoulders of their fellow giants. These funds could be accompanied by investment programs into communal resources that help innovation writ large, like investing more into properly equipped science labs in schools, for example. in order to set a baseline from which anyone can have access to resources without seeking specific project-based approval. In addition, universities and other research institutions could obviously be staffed with people hired specifically to conduct R&D or produce creative work year-round, like exists today, without patents or IP claims being filed once the research is done. Since it's possible for this infrastructure to reject or otherwise not apply to some creators, a socialist society could also create a more decentralized platform for crowdfunding. On this platform, people could propose the projects they're interested in creating, set a price according to the labor it would require to bring into the world, and if enough people agree that this is a worthwhile idea, they'd chip in and it would happen. Here again, people would be paid for their work, but the thing they produce would be accessible to all for free. And the kind of freeloading that exists in any sort of system where money changes hands would be minimized by the fact that projects that don't get funded don't see the light of day. So if you want something to happen, you probably need to chip in. In all these ideas, labor is properly compensated without an extractive monopoly forming after the fact. You are still incentivized to innovate and can even get paid, so we're not exclusively relying on people creating for the fun of it. And what you produce can actually be used by everyone who might benefit from it, not just those who can afford it. In parallel, a sort of patent office could still exist under socialism, but only to keep track of the various intellectual products and prevent fraud. For example, to make sure that something you didn't write isn't being distributed with your name on it, or that something you did write isn't being passed off by someone else as their original work. It wouldn't grant you a monopoly over pricing, all information circulates freely, but it could protect your reputation, give you proper credit, and serve a larger societal purpose by creating a database where like-minded creators could find each other or get inspired. Again, these are just ideas, and I'll link where I found some of them in the description. You will undoubtedly be able to find problems with some of them, or maybe even come up with better alternatives yourself. They're not here as an official plan or anything, but to communicate the fact that there are alternatives. IP almost always has disastrous and unjustified consequences. Innovations that are the fruit of thousands of different factors, of knowledge accumulated over centuries, resources given for free to a country's citizens like education, public libraries, and publicly funded research, get privatized and suddenly become the last link in the chain. Incremental work, done by thousands of people, suddenly stops being passed on freely from one person to the next as soon as intellectual property is claimed. While creating IP laws might incentivize innovation for one person, guaranteeing them a monopoly over the pattern they produce, it makes it infinitely harder to innovate for the thousands of people who will come after them and will have to deal with however this monopoly over information is handled. IP laws put a barrier between what a person creates and how others might use it, getting in the way of the development of new ideas and forcing everyone to try to come up with new knowledge without drawing the ire of IP tyrants. There's nothing natural about intellectual property rights, or any private property rights for that matter. They aren't handed down to us by God or the universe. They were created by capitalist and liberal thinkers to justify and enforce a calculated system of exploitation. We can easily come up with something better. A better, more innovative world is possible. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible
Shit like the iPhone is mostly just the combination of several publicly funded technologies, and then they pull the ladder up behind them so no one else can innovate on top of it. Capitalists are such fucking parasites and ultimately stunting technology. I read somewhere that when it comes to hardware, cell phone manufacturers don't patent their designs. Part of the process is to provide schematics and information about how they work. If they are confident no competitor can replicate their product, they would rather keep that info outside of public domain. Shit like the iPhone is mostly just the combination of several publicly funded technologies, and then they pull the ladder up behind them so no one else can innovate on top of it. TM. Similar can be said for Twitter, where Elon Simpson can't get off his horse when it was actually the thousands of engineers who created the platform. Imaging not being able to get off a horse with help. Whenever someone uses the "oh, you're a communist but you use an iPhone," tell them communists fucking invented cell phones. The Altai mobile telephone system is the pre-cellular zero-G radio telephone service that was first introduced in the Soviet Union in 1963, and became available in the most large cities by 1965. It is a fully automated UHF-VHF network that allows a mobile node to connect to a landline phones, and was originally conceived to serve government officials and emergency services, but has since spread into general use, and is still in use in some places, where its advantages outweigh those of conventional cellular networks. Work on the system of automatic duplex mobile communication started in 1958 in Voronezh Research Institute of Communications, VNIIS, now concern Sozvezdy. It was established subscriber stations and base stations for communicating with them. Labor made the iPhone, capitalism just decides who gets paid for it. They don't kick away the ladder, they pull it up. Kicking it down means someone can lift it back up, and they can't let that happen. They'd rather pull the ladder up, break it into sections, and use those to build their own fence around the upper perimeter of their ivory towers.
First track on that album. Did you catch that? Okay. Yeah. You got it. I want to read from Black Shirts and Reds. And I'm going to be reading from Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The end of Marxism? 121. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to run the ad if I can, and we'll be back in a few. You want to read my U.S. history book for me? No.
Medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. He planted 40 million trees and started massive irrigation and ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world. He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenues and reinvested them into the needs of his own people. And the per capita earnings of the Libyan people are the highest in the Arab world, the highest in the third world. You didn't hear that in the media, did you? You didn't hear that on Dan Rathers tonight. That's what's dangerous about Gaddafi. And the cue comes, and you know the cue when Reagan says Gaddafi is a tyrant over his own people, like the Sandinistas are tyrants over their people, like Allende was a tyrant over the Chilean people. The minute they start social reform, the minute they start tampering with our oil, our bananas, our sugar, our copper, our iron, our bauxite, why, they're tyrants. The second myth that's given to us is that these revolutionary governments are hostile to us. And that's why we oppose them. Right-wing dictatorships get along with us. They're friendly to us. Why is that, though? What is it about right-wing dictatorships that make them so friendly? What are they being so friendly about? What is the community of interest that they have? I'd already explained it, I believe. It's a common class interest. And the left-wing guys come in, but they're hostile to us. Well, that doesn't really seem to be true, though. The first thing these left-wing governments do when they come into power is ask for friendly diplomatic and economic relations with the U.S. Certainly that's what the Sandinistas did. They honored the debt that swindler Somoza ran up, and they asked for closer economic relations. That's what the Cubans want. Every socialist country, from a huge power like the Soviet Union to a small power like Vietnam or Cuba, to a mini micro power like Grenada under the New Jewel movement, every single one of them asked for more trade, normal political, economic, and diplomatic relations with the United States. Not necessarily out of love, but because they saw it in their self-interest, because their interest was to develop their own economies and to have peace and security on their borders, to invest less in military defense. There was even an article on that in the New York Times in which Fidel Castro makes that point. We want to spend less on our military defense. It doesn't make sense to the Cubans. Why must they go 16,000 miles away to Japan to buy school buses? That's where the Cubans get them. They go 16,000 miles away when they could buy them right from Florida, 90 miles away. Why must they get their medical supplies from China and Czechoslovakia when they could get them from the U.S.? Cuba has the largest import tonnage cost of any country in the world because of the U.S. blockade, a boycott. So it's very much in their interest to cultivate friendlier relations. There's a substantive thing there, much firmer than love. No one's claiming they love us. And love, after all, you know, is a volatile emotion. It comes and goes. Much firmer than love is self-interest, and therefore the basis for some kind of normal relations with those countries. No, my friends, it's really the Reagan administration that runs with terror whenever there's the first sign of friendliness from a socialist or revolutionary country. Reagan, as Tom Wickett said, in regards to the Soviet Union, for instance, in armaments, Reagan will not take yes for an answer. given is that we must contain the red tide. You heard that March speech by Ronald Reagan, vintage stuff, where he talked about a red tide lapping our border if we allowed Nicaragua to sustain the kind of government that its people have chosen in free and open elections. If we allow that, our own security is at risk. And you can see that superpower 60,000-man army of the Sandinistas cutting a swath up through Guatemala, Mexico, Texas, right up here into the heartland, right into Boulder, Colorado, dancing with your daughter and your sisters. Do we want that? I hear they're good dances. The image of that tiny nation of 3 million being a threat to us, you know, reminds me of the Vietnam War. We used to hear that same stuff. We say, if we don't fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, we'll have to be fighting them on the shores of California. And Walter Lippmann said the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming across the Pacific and taking California is an insult to the U.S. Navy. It's very hard to convince the American people that they should send their sons, and maybe, who knows, someday even their daughters, to go fight and die in some jungle to make the world safe for United Fruit Company or Chase Manhattan or Procter & Gamble or ITT. So you say it's to stop the threat of that communist country. It's very hard to convince the American people that a tiny country like Nicaragua or Vietnam or El Salvador is a threat to U.S. security. So you say it's not Nicaragua. They're the puppets of the Cubans, who are the puppets of bum 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 bum. The big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to get into black shirts and reds. #21. Reading now, Chapter 8 of Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Pareni. The end of Marxism? When people say Marxism is a science, others say it's a dogma, a bundle of reductionist, unscientific claims. I would suggest that Marxism is not a science in the positivist sense, formulating hypotheses and testing for predictability, but more accurately a social science, one that shows us how to conceptualize systemically. One that shows us how to conceptualize systematically and systemically, moving from surface appearances to deeper, broader features, so better to understand both the specific and the general, and the relationship between the two. Marxism has an explanatory power that is superior to mainstream bourgeois social science because it deals with the imperatives of class power and political economy, the motor forces of society and history. The class basis of political economy is not a subject for which mainstream social science has much understanding or tolerance. In 1950, Lenin wrote that bourgeois science will not even hear of Marxism, declaring that it has been refuted and annihilated. Marx is attacked with equal zest by young scholars who are making a career by refuting socialism, and by decrepit elders who are preserving the tradition of all kinds of outworn systems. Over 80 years later, the careerist scholars are still declaring Marxism to have been proven wrong once and for all. As the anti-communist liberal writer Irving Howe put it, the simplistic formulae of textbooks, including the Marxist ones, no longer hold. That is why some of us don't regard ourselves as Marxists. Here, I want to argue that Marxism is not outmoded or simplistic, only the image of it entertained by anti-Marxists like Howe. Some durable basics. With the overthrow of communist governments in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, announcements about the moribund nature of Marxist dogma poured forth with renewed vigor. But Marx's major work was Capital, a study not of existing socialism, which actually did not exist in his day, but of capitalism, a subject that remains terribly relevant to our lives. It would make more sense to declare Marxism obsolete if and when capitalism is abolished, rather than socialism. I wish to argue not merely that Marx is still relevant, but that he is more relevant today than he was in the 19th century, that the forces of capitalist motion and development are operating with greater scope than when he first studied them. This is not to say that everything Marx and Engels anticipated has come true. Their work was not a perfect prophecy, but an imperfect, incomplete science, like all sciences, directed toward understanding a capitalism that leaves its bloody footprints upon the world as never before. Some of Marxism's basic postulates are as follows. In order to live, human beings must produce. People cannot live by bread alone, but neither can they live without bread. This does not mean all human activity can be reduced to material motives, but that all activity is linked to a material base. A work of art may have no direct economic motive attached to it, yet its creation would be impossible if there did not exist the material conditions that allowed the artist to create and show the work to interested audiences who have the time for art. What people need for survival is found in nature, but rarely in a form suitable for immediate consumption. Labor, therefore, becomes a primary condition of human existence. But labor is more than a way of providing for survival. It's one of the means whereby people develop their material and cultural life, acquiring knowledge and new modes of social organization. The conflicting class interests that evolve around the productive forces shape the development of a social system. When we speak of early horticultural societies, or of slave, or feudal or mercantile industrial capitalist societies, we're recognizing how the basic economic relations leave a defining stamp on a given social order. Capitalist theorists present capital as a creative providential force. As they would have it, capital gives shape and opportunity to labor. Capital creates production, jobs, new technologies, and a general prosperity. Marxists turn the equation around. They argue that, of itself, capital cannot produce anything. It is the thing that is produced by labor. Only human labor can create the farm and the factory, the machine and the computer. And in a class society, the wealth so produced by many is accumulated in the hands of relatively few, who soon translate their economic power into political and cultural power in order to better secure the exploitative social order that so favors them. The standard trickle-down theory says that the accumulation of wealth at the top eventually brings more prosperity to the rest of us below. A rising tide lifts all boats. I would argue that in a class society, the accumulation of wealth fosters the spread of poverty. The wealthy few live off the backs of the impoverished many. There can be no rich slaveholders living in idle comfort without a mass of penniless slaves to support their luxurious lifestyle. No lords of the manor who will live in opulence without a mass of impoverished landless serfs who till the Lord's lands from dusk to dawn. So too, under capitalism, there can be no financial moguls and industrial tycoons without millions of underpaid and overworked employees. Exploitation can be measured not only in paltry wages, but in the disparity between the wealth created by the worker and the pay she or he receives. Thus, some of the professional athletes receive dramatically higher salaries than most people, but compared to the enormous wealth they produce for their owners and taking into account the rigors and relative brevity of their careers, the injuries sustained, and the lack of lifelong benefits, it can be said they are exploited at a far higher rate than most workers. Conservative ideologues defend capitalism as the system that preserves culture, traditional values, the family, and community. Marxists would respond that capitalism has done more to undermine such things than any such system in history, given its wars, colonizations, and forced migrations, its enclosures, evictions, poverty wages, child labor, homelessness, underemployment, crime, drug infestation, and urban squalor. All over the world, community in the broader sense, the Gemeinschaft, with its organic social relationships and strong reciprocal bonds of commonality and kinship, is forcibly transformed by global capital into commercialized, atomized, mass market societies. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels referred to capitalism's implacable drive to settle over the whole surface of the globe, creating a world after its own image. No system in history has been more relentless in battering down ancient and fragile cultures, pulverizing centuries-old practices in a matter of years, devouring the resources of whole regions, and standardizing the varieties of human experience. Big capital has no commitment to anything but capital accumulation. No loyalty to any nation, culture, or people. It moves inexorably according to its inner imperative to accumulate at the highest possible rate without concern for human and environmental costs. The first law of the market is to make the largest possible profit from other people's labor. Private profitability, rather than human need, is the determining condition of private investment. There prevails a rational systemization of human endeavor in pursuit of a socially irrational end. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. That motherfucker's spitting. Damn, man. All about that. Where were we? More right than wrong. Look. Yeah, pretty good shit. People say Marxism. Wait. Oh, yeah, that was a redemption. Open my Chatterino. Or Chatterino. Okay. Excuse me. More right than wrong. Those who reject Marx frequently contend that his predictions about proletarian revolution have proven wrong. From this, they conclude that his analysis of the nature of capitalism and imperialism must also be wrong. But we should distinguish between Marx and the chiliastic thinker who made grandly optimistic predictions about the flowering of the human condition and Marx, the economist and social scientists, who provided us with fundamental insights into capitalist society that have held painfully true to the present day. The latter Marx has been regularly misrepresented by anti-Marxist writers. Consider the following predictions. Business cycles and the tendency toward recession. Marx noted that something more than greed is involved in the capitalist relentless pursuit of profit. Given the pressures of competition and rising wages, capitalists must make technological innovations to increase their productivity and diminish their labor costs. This creates problems of its own. The more capital goods, such as machinery, plants, technologies, fuels, are needed for production, the higher the fixed costs and the greater the pressure to increase productivity to maintain profit margins. Since workers are not paid enough to buy back the goods and services they produce, Marx noted, there's always the problem of a disparity between mass production and aggregate demand. If demand slackens, owners cut back on production and investment. Even when there is ample demand, they are tempted to downsize the workforce and intensify the rate of exploitation of the remaining employees, seizing any opportunity to reduce benefits and wages. The ensuing drop in the workforce's buying power leads to a further decline in the demand and to the business recessions that inflict the greatest pain on those with the least assets. Marx foresaw this tendency for profits to fall and for protracted recessions and economic instability. As the economist Robert Heilbronner noted, this was an extraordinary prediction, for in Marx's day, economists did not recognize boom and bust business cycles as inherent to the capitalist system. But today, we know that recessions are a chronic condition, and as Marx also predicted, they have become international in scope. Capital concentration. When the Communist Manifesto first appeared in 1848, bigness was the exception rather than the norm. Yet Marx predicted that large firms would force out or buy up smaller adversaries and increasingly dominate the business world as capital became more concentrated. This was not the accepted wisdom of that day and must have sounded improbable to those who gave it any attention. But it has come to pass. Indeed, the rate of mergers and takeovers has been higher in the 1980s and 1990s than at any other time in the history of capitalism. Growth of the proletariat. Another of Marx's predictions is that the proletariat, workers who have no tools of their own and must work for wages or salaries selling their labor to someone else, would become an ever greater percentage of the workforce. In 1820, about 75% of Americans worked for themselves on farms or in small businesses and artisan crafts. By 1940, that number had dropped to 21.6%. Today, less than 10% of the labor force is self-employed. The same shift in the workforce can be observed in the Third World. From 1970 to 1980, the number of wage workers in Asia and Africa increased by almost two-thirds, from 72 million to 120 million. The tendency is toward the steady growth of the working class, both industrial and service workers, and, as Marx predicted, this is happening globally in every land upon which capitalism descends. Proletarian revolution. As capitalism develops, so will the proletariat, Marx predicted. We have seen that to be true. But he went further. With the growing misery and polarization, the masses would eventually rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie and put the means of production under public ownership for the benefit of all. the revolution would come in the more industrialized capitalist countries that had large developed working classes. What struck Marx about the working class was its level of organization and consciousness. Unlike previously oppressed classes, the proletariat, heavily concentrated in urban areas, seemed capable of an unparalleled level of political development. It would not only rebel against its oppressors, as had slaves and serfs, but would create an egalitarian, non-exploitative social order as never before seen in history. In his day, Marx saw an alternative system emerging in the clubs, mutual aid societies, political organizations, and newspapers of a rapidly growing British working class. For the first time, history would be made by the masses in a conscious way, a class for itself. Sporadic rebellion would be replaced by class-conscious revolution. Instead of burning down the manor, the workers would expropriate it and put it to use for the collective benefit of the common people, the ones who built it in the first place. Certainly, Marx's predictions about revolution have not materialized. There has been no successful proletariat revolution in an advanced capitalist society. As the working class developed, so did the capitalist state, whose function has been to protect the capitalist class with its mechanisms of police suppression and its informational and cultural hegemony. Of itself, class struggle does not bring inevitable proletarian victory or even a proletarian uprising. Oppressive social conditions may cry out for revolution, but that does not mean revolution is forthcoming. This point is still not understood by some present-day leftists. In his later years, Marx himself began to entertain doubts about the inevitability of a victorious workers' revolution. So far, the prevailing force has not been revolution, but counter-revolution, the devilish destruction wreaked by capitalist states upon popular struggles at a cost of millions of lives. Marx also underestimated the extent to which the advanced capitalist state could use its wealth and power to create a variety of institutions that retard and distract popular consciousness or blunt discontent through reform programs. According to his expectations, successful revolutions occurred in less developed, largely peasant societies such as Russia, China, Cuba, Vietnam, though the proletariats in those countries participated and sometimes, as in the case of Russia in 1917, even spearheaded the insurgency. Although Marx's predictions about revolution have not materialized as he had envisioned, in recent years there have been impressive instances of working-class militancy in South Korea, South Africa, Argentina, Italy, France, Germany, Great Britain, and dozens of other countries, including even the United States. Such mass struggles usually go unreported in the corporate media. In 1984 to 85, in Great Britain, a bitter year-long strike resulted in some 10,500 coal miners being arrested, 6,500 injured or battered, and 11 killed. For the British miners locked in that conflict, class struggle was something more than a quaint, obsolete concept. So, in other countries. In Nicaragua, a mass uprising brought down the hated Somoza dictatorship. In Brazil, in 1980 to 1983, love your face! As Peter Worsley observes, the Brazilian working class has played precisely the role assigned to it in 19th century Marxist theory, paralyzing Sao Paulo, in a succession of enormous mass strikes that began over bread and butter issues, but which in the end forced the military to make major political concessions, notably the restoration of a measure of authentic party political life. Revolutions are relatively rare occurrences, but popular struggle is a widespread and constant phenomenon.
Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues.
More wealth, more poverty. Marx believed that as wealth becomes more concentrated, poverty will become more widespread, and the plight of working people ever more desperate. According to his critics, this prediction has proven wrong. They point out that he wrote during a time of raw industrialism, an era of robber barons and the 14-hour workday. Through persistent struggle, the working class improved its life conditions from the mid-19th to the mid-20th centuries. Today, mainstream spokespersons portray the United States as a prosperous middle-class society. Yet one might wonder, during the Reagan-Bush-Clinton era, from 81 to 96, the share of the national income that went to those who work for a living shrank by over 12%. The share that went to those who live off investments increased almost 35%. Less than 1% of the population owns almost 50% of the nation's wealth. The richest families are hundreds of times wealthier than the average household in the lower 90% of the population. The gap between America's rich and poor is greater than it has been in more than half a century and is getting even greater. Thus, between 77 and 89, the top 1% saw their earnings grow by over 100%, while the three lowest quintiles averaged a 3 to 10% drop in real income. New York Times reported that income disparity in 95 was wider than it has been since the end of World War II. The average income for the top 20% jumped 44%, from $73,000 to $105,000. Between 68 and 94, while the bottom 20% had a 7% increase from $7,202 to $7,762, or only $560 in constant dollars. Hey guys, welcome to Handlers. These figures understate the problem. The Times story is based on a Census Bureau study that fails to report the income of the very rich. For years, the reportable upper limit was $300,000 yearly income. In 1994, the Bureau lifted the allowable limit to $1 million. This still leaves out the richest 1%, the hundreds of billionaires and thousands of multimillionaires who make many times more than $1 million a year. We're talking about Hassan. I think the really big money is concentrated in a portion of the population so minuscule as to be judged statistically insignificant. You know what I mean. But despite their tiny numbers, the amount of wealth they control is enormous and bespeaks an income disparity 1,000 times greater than the spread allowed by the Census Bureau figures. Thus, the difference between a multimillionaire who might make $100 million in any one year and a janitor who makes $8,000 is not 14 to 1, the usually reported spread between highest and lowest, but over 14,000 to 1. Yet the highest incomes remain unreported and uncounted. In a world, most studies of this sort give us no idea of how rich the very rich really are. One follow. Unelectable. Welcome in. The number living below the poverty line in the United States climbed from 24 million in 77 to over 35 million by 95. People were falling more deeply into poverty than in earlier times.
Kenzo Shibata once said, "Poverty shouldn't be,"
and finding it increasingly difficult to emerge from it. In addition, various diseases related to hunger and poverty have been on the rise. No problem, homie. I'm not mad when people trigger my sound effects. That's on me. Not a big deal. I'm not like recording an audiobook or anything. Although I think I would love that. That would be a fun project. There's been a general downgrading of the workforce. Regular employment is being replaced by contracted labor or temporary help, resulting in lower wages with fewer or no benefits. Major unions have been destroyed or seriously weakened. Protective government regulations are being rolled back or left unenforced, and there's been an increase in speed-ups, injuries, and other workplace abuses. By the 1990s, growing impoverishment of the middle and working classes, including small independent producers, was becoming evident in various countries. In 20 years, more than half the farmers in industrialized countries, some 22 million, were ruined. What? Meanwhile, as noted in the previous two chapters, free market reforms have brought a dramatic increase in poverty, hunger, crime, and ill health, along with the growth of large fortunes for the very few in the former communist countries. Yeah. The Third World has endured deepening impoverishment over the last half century. As foreign investment has increased, so has the misery of the common people who are driven from the land. Those who manage to find employment in the cities are forced to labor for subsistent wages. One might recall how enclosure acts of the late 18th century in England fenced off common lands and drove the peasantry into the industrial hellholes of Manchester and London, transforming them into beggars or half-starved factory workers. Closure continues throughout the Third World, displacing tens of millions of people. In countries like Argentina, Venezuela, and Peru, per capita income was lower in 1990 than it had been 20 years earlier. In Mexico, workers earned 50% less in 95 than in 1980. One-third of Latin America's population, some 130 million, live in utter destitution, while tens of millions more barely manage. In Brazil, the purchasing power of the lower income brackets declined by 50% between 1940 and 1990, and at least half the population suffered varying degrees of malnutrition. In much of Africa, misery and hunger have assumed horrendous proportions. In Zaire, 80% of the people live in absolute penury. I don't know. In Asia and Africa, more than 40% of the population linger at the starvation level. Marx predicted that an expanding capitalism would bring greater wealth for the few and growing misery for the many. I said it right? Yes. Did it. That seems to be what is happening, and on a global scale. A holistic science. Repeatedly dismissed as an obsolete doctrine, Marxism retains a compelling contemporary quality, for it is less a body of fixed dicta and more a method of looking beyond immediate appearances to see the inner qualities and moving forces that shape social relations and much of history itself. As Marx noted, all science would be superfluous if outer appearances and the essence of things directly coincided. Indeed, Perhaps the reason so much of modern social science seems superfluous is because it settles for the tedious tracing of outward appearances. To understand capitalism, one first has to strip away the appearances presented by its ideology. Unlike most bourgeois theorists, Marx realized that what capitalism claims to be and what it actually is are two different things. What is unique about capitalism is the systematic expropriation of labor for the sole purpose of accumulation. Capital annexes living labor in order to accumulate more capital. The ultimate purpose of work is not to perform services for consumers or sustain life and society, but to make more and more money for the investor irrespective of the human and environmental costs. The central point of Marxist analysis is that the social structure and class order prefigure our behavior in many ways. Capitalism moves into every area of work and community, harnessing all of social life to its pursuit of profit. It converts nature, labor, science, art, music, and medicine into commodities, and commodities into capital. It transforms land into real estate, folk culture into mass culture, and citizens into debt-ridden workers and consumers. Sorry, I paused there. It feels like we've read that. Let's see, that's how the chapter began, right? Marxists understand that a class society is not just a divided society, but one ruled by class power, with the state playing the crucial role in maintaining the existing class structure. Marxism might be considered a holistic science in that it recognizes the links between various components of the social system. Capitalism is not just an economic system, but a political and cultural one as well, an entire social order. When we study any part of that order, be it the news or entertainment media, criminal justice, Congress, defense spending, overseas military intervention, intelligence agencies, campaign finance, science and technology, education, medical care, taxation, transportation, housing, or whatever, we will see how the particular part reflects the nature of the whole. Its unique dynamic often buttresses and is shaped by the larger social system, especially the system's overriding need to maintain the prerogatives of the corporate class. In keeping with their system-sustaining function, the major news media present reality as a scatter of events and subjects that ostensibly bear little relation to each other or to a larger set of social relations. Consider a specific phenomenon like racism. Racism is presented as essentially a set of bad attitudes held by racists. There's little analysis of what makes it so functional for a class society. Instead, race and class are treated as mutually exclusive concepts in competition with each other. But those who have an understanding of class power know that as class contradictions deepen and come to the fore, racism becomes not less but more important as a factor in the class conflict. In short, both race and class are likely to be crucial arenas of struggle at the very same time. Marxists further maintain that racism involves not just personal attitude, but institutional structure and systemic power. They point out that racist organizations and sentiments are often propagated by well-financed reactionary forces seeking to divide the working populace against itself, fracturing it into antagonistic ethnic enclaves. Marxists also point out that racism is used as a means of depressing wages by keeping a segment of the labor force vulnerable to super exploitation. To see racism in the larger context of corporate society is to move from a liberal complaint to a radical analysis. Instead of thinking that racism is an irrational output of a basically rational and benign system, we should see it as a rational output of a basically irrational and unjust system. And by rational, I mean purposive and functional in sustaining the system that nurtures it. Lacking a holistic approach to society, conventional social science tends to compartmentalize social experience. So we're asked to ponder whether this or that phenomenon is cultural or economic or psychological, when usually it's a blend of all these things. Thus, an automobile is unmistakably an economic artifact, but it also has a cultural and psychological component, and even an aesthetic dimension. We need a greater sense of how analytically distinct phenomena are often empirically interrelated and may actually gather strength and definition from each other. Marxists do not accept the prevalent view of institutions as just being there, with all the national innocence of mountains, especially the more articulated formal institutions such as the church, army, police, military, university, media, medicine, and the like. Institutions are heavily shaped by class interests and class power. Far from being neutral and independent bastions, the major institutions of society are tied to the big business class. Corporate representatives exercise direct decision-making power through control of governing boards and directorships. Business elites usually control the budgets and the very property of various institutions, and control inscribed into law through corporate charters and enforced by the police powers of the state. Their power extends to the managers picked, the policies set, and the performances of employees. If conventional social science has any one dedication, it is to ignore the linkages between social action and the systemic demands of capitalism, avoiding any view of power in its class dimensions and any view of class as a power relationship. For conventional researchers, power is seen as fragmented and fluid, and class is nothing more than an occupational or income category to be correlated with voting habits, consumer styles, or whatever, and not as a relationship between those who own and those who labor for those who own. In the Marxist view, there can be no such thing as a class as such, a social entity unto itself. There can be no lords without serfs, no masters without slaves, no capitalists without workers. More than just a sociological category, class is a relationship to the means of production and to social and state power. This idea, so fundamental to an understanding of public policy, is avoided by conventional social scientists who prefer to concentrate on everything else but class power realities. It is remarkable, for instance, that some political scientists have studied the presidency and Congress for decades without uttering a word about capitalism, without so much as a sidelong glance at how the imperatives of a capitalist politico-economic order play such a crucial role in prefiguring the political agenda. Science is cluttered with community power studies that treat communities and issues as isolated autonomous entities. Such investigations are usually limited to the immediate interplay of policy actors, with little said about how issues link up to a larger range of social interests. Conservative ideological preconceptions regularly influence the research strategies of most social scientists and policy analysts. In political science, for instance, the relationships between industrial capitalist nations and third world nations are described as A. Dependency and interdependency, as a fostering a mutually beneficial development, rather than B. and imperialism that exploits the land, labor, and resources of weaker nations for the benefit of the favored classes in both the industrial and less developed worlds. Two, the United States and other democratic capitalist societies are said to be held together by a common values that reflect the common interest and not by class power and domination. 3. The fragmentation of power in the political process is supposedly indicative of A. a fluidity and democratization of interest group pluralism rather than B. the pocketing and structuring of power in unaccountable and undemocratic ways. 4. The mass propagation of conventional political beliefs is described as A. political socialization and education for citizenship, and is treated as a desirable civic process rather than B. an indoctrination that distorts the information flow and warps the public's critical perceptions. In each of these instances, mainstream academics offer version A, not as a research finding, but as an a priori assumption that requires no critical analysis, upon which research is then predicated. At the same time, they disregard the evidence and research that supports version B. By ignoring the dominant class conditions that exercise such an influence over social behavior, conventional social science can settle on surface factualness, trying to explain immediate actions in exclusively immediate terms. Such an approach places high priority on epiphenomenal and idiosyncratic explanations, the peculiarities of specific personalities and situations. What is habitually overlooked in such research and in our news reports, our daily observations, and sometimes even our political struggles is the way seemingly remote forces may prefigure our experiences. Learning to ask why. When we think about Marx's perspective, that is, without considering class interests and class power, we seldom ask why certain things happen. Many things are reported in the news, but few are explained. Little is said about how the social order is organized and whose interests prevail. Devoid of a framework that explains why things happen, we are left to see the world as do mainstream media pundits, as a flow of events, a scatter of particular developments and personalities unrelated to a larger set of social relations, propelled by happenstance, circumstance, confused intentions, and individual ambition, never by powerful class interests, and yet producing effects that serve such interests with impressive regularity. Thus, we fail to associate social problems with the socio-economic forces that create them, and we learn to truncate our own critical thinking. Imagine if we attempted something different. For example, if we try to explain that wealth and poverty exist together, not in accidental juxtaposition, but because wealth causes poverty, an inevitable outcome of economic exploitation both at home and abroad. How could such an analysis gain any exposure in the capitalist media or in mainstream political life? Suppose we started with a particular story about how child labor in Indonesia is contracted by multinational corporations at near starvation wage levels. This information would probably not be carried in right-wing publications. But in '96, it did appear after decades of effort by some activists in the centrist mainstream press. What if we then crossed a line and said that these exploitative employer-employee relationships were backed by the full might of the Indonesian military government? Fewer media would carry this story, but it still might get mentioned in an inside page of the New York Times or Washington Post. Then suppose we crossed another line and said that these repressive arrangements would not prevail were it not for generous military aid from the United States, and that for almost 30 years, the homicidal Indonesian military has been financed, armed, advised, and trained by the U.S. national security state. Such a story would be even more unlikely to appear in the liberal press, but it is still issue specific and safely without an overall class analysis, so it might well make its way into left liberal opinion publications like The Nation and The Progressive. Welcome in. Now suppose we pointed out that the conditions found in Indonesia, the heartless economic exploitation, brutal military repression, and lavish U.S. support exist in scores of other countries. Suppose we then cross that most serious line of all, and instead of just deploring this fact, we also asked why successive U.S. administrations involve themselves in such unsavory pursuits throughout the world. And what if we then try to explain that the whole phenomenon is consistent with the U.S. dedication to making the world safe for the free market and the giant multinational corporations, and that the intended goals are to maximize opportunities, to accumulate wealth by depressing the wage levels of workers throughout the world and preventing them from organizing on behalf of their own interests, and to protect the overall global system of free market capital accumulation. Damn, man. He didn't have to go this hard, but he did it for us. Then, what if, from all this, we concluded that U.S. foreign policy is neither timid, as the conservatives say, nor foolish, as the liberals say, but is remarkably successful in rolling back just about all governments and social movements that attempt to serve popular needs, rather than private corporate greed. Such an analysis, hurriedly sketched here, would take some effort to lay out and would amount to a Marxist critique, a correct critique of capitalist imperialism. The Marxists are not the only ones that might arrive at it. It almost certainly would not be published anywhere except in a Marxist publication. We crossed too many lines, because we try to explain the particular situation, child labor, in terms of a larger set of social relations, corporate class power. Our presentation would be rejected out of hand as ideological. The perceptual taboos imposed by the dominant powers teach people to avoid thinking critically about such powers. In contrast, Marxism gets us into the habit of asking why, of seeing the linkage between political events and class power. Common method of devaluing Marxism is to misrepresent what it actually says and then attack the misrepresentation. This happens easily enough since most of the anti-Marxist critics and their audiences have only a passing familiarity with Marxist literature and rely instead on their own caricatured notions. Thus, the Roman Catholic Pastoral Letter on Marxist Communism rejects the claim that structural, or class revolution can entirely cure a disease that is man himself, nor can it provide the solution of all human suffering. But who makes such a claim? There's no denying that revolution does not entirely cure all human suffering. But why is that assertion used as a refutation of Marxism? Most Marxists are neither chiliastic or utopian. They dream not of a perfect society, but of a better, more just life. They make no claim to eliminating all suffering and recognize that even in the best of societies, there are the inevitable assaults of misfortune, mortality, and other vulnerabilities of life. And certainly, in any society, there are some people who, for whatever reason, are given to wrongful deeds and self-serving corruptions. The highly imperfect nature of human beings should make us all the more determined not to see power and wealth accumulating in the hands of an accountable few, which is the central dedication of capitalism. Capitalism and its various institutions affect the most personal dimensions of everyday life in ways not readily evident. A Marxist approach helps us to see connections to which we were previously blind, to relate effects to causes, and to replace the arbitrary and mysterious with the regular and necessary. A Marxist perspective helps us to see injustice as rooted in systemic causes that go beyond individual choice, and to view crucial developments not as neutral happenings, but as the intended consequences of class power and interest. Marxism also shows how even unintended consequences can be utilized by those with superior resources to service their interests. Is Marx still relevant today? Only if you want to know why the media distort the news in a mostly mainstream direction, why more and more people at home and abroad face economic adversity, while money continues to accumulate in the hands of relatively few. Why there's so much private wealth and public poverty in this country and elsewhere. Why U.S. forces find it necessary to intervene in so many regions of the world. Why a rich and productive economy offers chronic recessions, underemployment, and neglect of social needs. And why many political office holders are unwilling or unable to serve the public interest. Some Marxist theorists have so ascended into the numbing attitudes of abstract cogitation that they seldom touch political realities here on Earth. They spend their time talking to each other in self-referential code, a scholastic ritual that Doug Dowd described as how many Marxists can dance on the head of a surplus value. Fortunately, there are others who not only tell us about Marxist theory, but demonstrate its utility by applying it to political actualities. They know how to draw connections between immediate experience and the larger structural forces that shape that experience. They cross the forbidden line and ask about class power. This is why, for all the misrepresentation and suppression, Marxist scholarship survives. While not having all the answers, it does have a superior explanatory power, telling us something about the reality that bourgeois scholarship refuses to do. Marxism offers the kind of subversive truths that cause fear and trembling among the high and mighty, those who live atop a mountain of lies. Thus, to the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 is the end. I don't know if I get to that today. I don't know. Give me a minute. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that, chapter 8? Whew. Yep. Yeah. A banger. A lot of really good stuff in that last chapter, huh? No. So good. It's so good. Just more people need to read Peretti. So happy he's got there's like videos of his speeches. Are there other Perenni speeches that I should do a Rev Lo-Fi to? Let me know. I mean, of course, I got the yellow Perenni. I got the one where he's talking about Julius Caesar, the one where he's talking about Russia in the media. Maybe others that I can't remember. Let me know if there's a really good one. Less than 20 pages. One on JFK is good. Did I do that? Maybe I did that. I don't know if I did that one. Okay. They're all good, yeah. I'm gonna listen to them talk about anything. I'm gonna listen to them talk about days of our lives, you know? Chili is rich! I can't believe Brenda said that! Yeah, I might get into this. 20 pages. I'm almost done here. I think it's called JFK and the Criminality of the Ruling Class. Okay. It sort of rings a bell, but I don't think I've Rev Lo-Fi'd it. Rev Lo-Fi! I think I'm going to Rev Lo-Fi these. I'm going to do some editing and cleaning up. Throw some Rev Lo-Fi. I just want to make content for the people, you know? I want people to have the good content. Tired of people making compatible left content. Folks, stop watching compatible leftists. Call them out. Like, oh, hi. I noticed you're doing compatible leftist content. And then it'd be like, what's that? You know what I mean? Most people who are compatible leftists don't even know it. I was one. Is it time to smoke? I'm going to hit the 3 minutes button so you don't miss anything here. I don't want you to miss the Perenni, so I'm going to run the ad. Wait, what? What do you mean? What did I say? Oh. Calling people out? Well, why would you want to watch their streams? I'm not saying any specific person, we should be going to their stream and giving them shit or anything, but it's about talking points, you know? Telling streamers their lip cucks is dangerous. Or about telling them why. They're compatible leftists. They're serving the right wing, right? Saw a chatter say American diabolism, unironically in another stream, and I didn't have the energy to argue. I don't even know what that means. It'd be nice to own MR though. Yeah, they suck, dude. Can't think of a good way to do it though. I just make my little clips, and then I put majority report, and then hopefully people who are looking on YouTube, they find my links instead of theirs, you know? I'm never going to call in. I'm not going to, like, confront that guy. I'm just going to drag him. Anytime he says dumb shit, I'm just going to drag Sam. He's compatible left. He's this compatible left thing I'm talking about. He's this. Yeah, that was really funny. He's a Democratic sheep herder, you know? Just a waste. Rad left dad in the house. Elon Musk talking about possibly reinstating Trump. You know it's going to happen. He wants that line to go up. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Dude. Just cannot believe Majority Report. Can't believe that Sam would say that shit. And would say that shit about the, you know, for instance, Libya. All his takes about Libya, just mind-blowing. And everything he's saying about Ukraine right now, mind-blowing. I just like I know so many people that like watch that show. And like they think they're getting like, you know, educated or something. Homie. They think they're like being pulled left, you know? Like, oh well, they helped me become a leftist. The UN bombing of Libya was a legitimate exercise until it quote unquote went sideways. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fucking nightmare. Be great if people understood them as a stepping stone. Are they though? That's what I'm getting at. That's what I mean, like this sheep herding thing. They serve a purpose, and I think at this point Sam's got to know. All right. The guy, like, it seems to me, I don't know, stop me if I'm wrong, that he's just like into US and like NATO interventions. And he's just like, he's like not opposed to them while they're going on. Sometimes he'll come out in opposition to them afterwards. And it's just like, wait, aren't they always bad? They're stepping stone, but they hide the next step so no one gets across the river. They're stepping stone, but they hide the next step so no one gets across the river. People move left in spite of Majority Report or because of it? I think it's... For me, it's in spite because I was never really intimately familiar with their content. If it's because of Majority Report, it's probably because of Michael Brooks. Good, because it's right. I think they're a stepping stone for voting for Dems. Like how that's what how they function, you know? Really wish I wasn't so like marginalized out here, you know? I wish there were like more of us. At this point, I just feel like I can't trust anybody. Like when it like comes time to raid, I don't know who to raid, you know? I'm like, oh god. Y'all really going towards the same spot? A little lonely. Like, it's you, it's me. Like 6 other content creators and their communities. Everyone against us. Suck that I gravitate towards unpopular positions despite them being desperately lonely. Yeah. Bit rates all over the place, folks. Sorry. Coordinate with Famous Horse and Matt. I think I'd like that. I do appreciate you fine folks that I found. Fuck yeah. Back at you. I love my community. Love this community. It's not mine. Sorry. I don't own it. Although, if I could sell it, I would. For money. Weed money. You could raid anyone. I don't think anyone here is going to get swayed by the shit libs on the platform. If anything, we could be more of disruptors to their empire narratives. Yeah, but at that point, I don't want to be like... I don't want people to think like, oh, that's Dan. He's raiding in and his community is just going to give us shit, you know? I just don't want that. I feel like I'm just at this point where, like, if I don't know. If someone's like not a comrade, I just might not raid. Then I look like an asshole. I don't know, man. This shit's serious. Want to be a comrade? Be a comrade. Otherwise, I'm not just gonna raid you. I think that's where I'm at, homies. S for A doesn't raid or accept raids. I think y'all talked about that a bit yesterday. Wait, hold up. I don't know. I feel like I dipped after the... I can't remember what happened. I feel like I dipped after the stream. I thought we raided into them. They don't accept raids? I don't get it. Did we raid or not? That doesn't make any sense. I'm confused. Yeah. I don't know. I saw he was on your screen when you were ending yesterday. I can't remember who you raided. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Either way. We're about to get into chapter 9 here. They're good content creator. Yeah. I don't know. I just want to believe that that's the case, but I keep getting burned, you know? Keep, like, getting burned. Thinking, hey guys. Thinking people are like, they have good takes, but they have bad takes. Keep getting burned. Zach Chap in the house, hey homie. I'll follow Zach Chap. It's just because, like, I don't have fucking time to, like, sit around and, like, vet everybody, you know? I don't know. What the fuck am I saying? Who cares? I just need to find my people and stick to my people. Just stick to my lane, you know? Make some projects. I want to make something really cool. I really, really do. I really want to make something cool. The stream's an island, but it works. Yeah. I really dig it. I see how you're just like doing your fucking thing. I love it. I think it really works. But I'm also like noticing, I hope I'm noticing like a loose cadre sort of forming here. Maybe I'm noticing a chain of islands. I don't know. We'll see. I want to work on cool projects though. I want to make like a documentary someday or some shit. I want to think big. Because I do love the live stream. I just want to think of this live stream as, you know, me planting the seeds, me laying the foundation for an understanding, material and dialectical understanding, to, you know, be the basis of whatever really big and cool fucking project we're gonna work on, right? Oh man, I just want to make something cool before I leave this dumb planet, you know? Every time I get sick, I think I'm gonna like die or something, you know? So it just feels like I've been like, oh fuck, man. I better make use of this time. I want to be able to look back on my life laying on my deathbed and being like, all right, I did some cool shit. I might try learning video editing in wacky ways. Let's go. Yeah, I need to level up my video editing. I don't even know what I have to learn. I just need to level up, you know? Need to level up. This one works. Pretty decent. All right. Right. Oh gosh, homies. All right. Let's continue reading. Okay. We're reading from Chapter 9 of Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Parenti. Anything but class. Avoiding the C word.
Go fuck yourself, you cunt.
Class. Oh. Class is a concept that is strenuously avoided by both mainstream writers and many on the left. When certain words are eliminated from public discourse, so are certain thoughts. Dissident ideas become all the more difficult to express when there are no words to express them. Class is usually dismissed as an outworn Marxist notion with no relevance to contemporary society. It's a 5-letter word that's treated like a dirty 4-letter word. With the C word out of the way, it is then easy to dispose of other politically unacceptable concepts, such as class privilege, class power, class exploitation, class interest, and class struggle. These too are judged no longer relevant, even if they were in a society that supposedly consists of the fluid, pluralistic interplay of diverse groups. The denial of class. Those who occupy the higher circles of wealth and power are keenly aware of their own interests. While they sometimes seriously differ among themselves on specific issues, they exhibit an impressive cohesion when it comes to protecting the existing class system of corporate power, property, privilege, and profit. At the same time, they are careful to discourage public awareness of the class power they wield. They avoid the C word, especially when used in reference to themselves, as in owning class, upper class, or moneyed class. And they like it least when the politically active elements of the owning class are called the ruling class. The ruling class in this country has labored long to leave the impression that it does not exist, does not own the lion's share of just about everything, and does not exercise a vastly disproportionate influence over the affairs of the nation. Such precautions are themselves symptomatic of an acute awareness of class interests. Yet ruling class members are far from invisible. Their command positions in the corporate world, their control of the international finance and industry, their ownership of the major media, and their influence over state power and the political process are all matters of public record, to some limited degree. While it would seem a simple matter to apply the C word to all those who occupy the highest reaches of the C world, the dominant class ideology dismisses any application as a lapse into conspiracy theory.
The Holodomor was not real.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No.
The C word is also taboo when applied to the millions who do the work of society for what are usually niggardly wages. The working class, a term that is dismissed as Marxist jargon. And it is verboten to refer to the exploiting and exploited classes, for then one is talking about the very essence of the capitalist system, the accumulation of corporate wealth at the expense of labor. The C word is an acceptable term when prefaced with the soothing adjective middle. Every politician, publicist, and pundit will rhapsodize about the middle class, the object of their heartfelt concern. The much admired and much pitied middle class is supposedly inhabited by virtuously self-sufficient people, free from the presumed profligacy? The fuck? Free from the presumed profligacy? The fuck is this? Free from the presumed profligacy of those who inhabit the lower rungs of society. By including almost everyone, middle class serves as a conveniently amorphous concept that masks the exploitation and inequality of social relations. Profligacy is a class label that denies the actuality of class power. The C word is allowable when applied to one other group, the desperate lot who live on the lowest rung of society, who get the least of everything while being regularly blamed for their own victimization, the underclass. References to the presumed deficiencies of underclass people are acceptably because they reinforce the existing social hierarchy and justify the unjust treatment accorded society's most vulnerable elements. Class society is obscured by an ideology whose tenets might be summarized and rebutted as follows. Credo. There are no real class divisions in this society, save for some rich and poor. Almost all of us are middle class. Response. Wealth is enormously concentrated in the hands of relatively few in this country, while tens of millions work for poverty-level wages when work is to be had. The gap between rich and poor has always been great and has been growing since the late 70s. Those in the middle also have been enduring increasing economic injustice and insecurity. Credo. Our social institutions and culture are autonomous entities in a pluralistic society, largely free of the influences of wealth and class power. To think otherwise is to entertain conspiracy theories. Response: great concentrations of wealth exercise an influence in all aspects of life, often the dominating one. Our social and cultural institutions are run by boards of directors, or trustees, or regents, drawn largely from interlocking, non-elective, self-selecting corporate elites. They and their faithful hirelings occupy most of the command positions of the executive state and other policy-making bodies, and manifest a keen awareness of their class interests when shaping domestic and international policies. This includes the policies as the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, designed to circumvent whatever democratic sovereignty exists within nations. I don't know why I did an Arrested Development joke. Circumvent. I know how to. Okay, anyways. Credo. The differences between rich and poor are a natural given, not causally linked. Individual human behavior, not class, determines human performance and life chances. Existing social arrangements are a natural reflection of largely innate human proclivities. Response: all conservative ideologies justify existing inequalities as the natural order of things, inevitable outcomes of human nature. If the very rich are naturally so much more capable than the rest of us, why must they be provided with so many artificial privileges under the law, so many bailouts, subsidies, and other special considerations at our expense? Yeah. Their naturally superior talents include unprincipled and illegal subterfuges such as price fixing, stock manipulation, insider trading, fraud, tax evasion, the legal enforcement of unfair competition, ecological spoliation, harmful products, and the unsafe work conditions. One might expect naturally superior people do not need to act in such rapacious and venal ways. Differences in talent and capacity, as might exist between individuals, do not excuse the crimes and injustices that are endemic to the corporate business system. A bit rate. All over the place. Someone stop the bit rate. I mean, don't stop it. Level it out. All right. Having a good time. Everyone's having fun. The ABC theorists. Even among persons normally identified as progressive, one finds a reluctance to deal with the reality of capitalist class power. Sometimes the dismissal of the C word is quite categorical. At a meeting in New York in '86, I heard the sociologist Stanley Aronowitz comment, "When I hear the word class, I just yawn." For Aronowitz, class is a concept of diminishing importance used by those he repeatedly refers to as orthodox Marxists. Another left academic, Ronald Aronson, in a book entitled After Marxism, claims, in the face of all recent evidence that classes in capitalist society have become less polarized and class exploitation is not an urgent issue nowadays because labor unions have achieved power to protect their members and affect social policy. This at a time when many unions are being destroyed, workers are being downgraded to the status of contract laborers, and the income gap is wider than in decades. Many who pretend to be on the left are so rabidly anti-Marxist as to seize upon any conceivable notion, except class power, to explain what is happening in the world. They are the anything but class, or ABC theorists, who while not aligned with conservatives on most political issues, do their part in stunting class consciousness. Sound very compatible with the right wing. The left ABC theorists say we're giving too much attention to class. Who exactly is doing that? Surveying the mainstream academic publications, radical journals, and socialist scholar conferences, one is hard put to find much class analysis of any kind. Far from giving too much attention to class power, most U.S. writers and commentators have yet to discover the subject. While pummeling a rather minuscule Marxist left, the ABC theorists would have us think they're doing courageous battle against hordes of Marxists who dominate intellectual discourse in this country. Yet another hallucination they hold in common with conservatives. Whew. In their endless search for conceptual schema that might mute Marxism's class analysis, left ABC theorists have twaddled for years over false dichotomization between early Marx, culturalistic, humanistic, good, and later Marx, dogmatic, economistic, bad. Marxist scholar Bertil Ullman notes, this artificial counterpoising transforms a relatively minor development in Marx's work into a chasm between two ways of thinking that have little in common. Some ABC theorists labored hard to promote the writings of late Italian Communist Party leader Antonio Gramsci as a source of cultural theory to counteract a Marxist class analysis. Gramsci, they said, rejected the economistic views of Marx and Lenin and did not treat class conflict as a central concept, referring to develop a more nuanced analysis based on cultural hegemony. So Gramsci was made into the Marxist who's safe to bring home to mother, as the historian T.J. Jackson put it. And as Christopher Phelps added, Gramsci has become safe, tame, denatured, a wisp of his revolutionary self. Academics seeking to justify the retreat into highly abstruse theories have created fanciful illusions about their counter-hegemonic activity. All right, my God, I can't do it. Counter-hegemonic activity. Yes, they have created a mythical Gramsci who holds views he never did, including an opposition to revolutionary socialist organization of the sort that he, following upon Lenin, held indispensable. Counter-hegemonic. Gramsci himself would have considered the representations made about him by ABC theorists as oddly misplaced. He never treated culture and class as mutually exclusive terms, but saw cultural hegemony as a vital instrument of the ruling class. Furthermore, he occupied a prominent position of responsibility in the Italian Communist Party and considered himself firmly within the Marxist-Leninist camp. To the extent that class is accorded any attention in academic social science, pop sociology, and media commentary is a kind of demographic trait or occupational status. So sociologists refer to upper middle, lower middle, and the like. Reduced to a demographic trait, one's class affiliation certainly can seem to have a relatively low political salience. Society itself becomes little more than a pluralistic configuration of status groups. Class is not a taboo subject if divorced from capitalism's exploitative accumulation process. Falling off the rails here. Both mainstream social scientists and the left ABC theorists fail to consider the dynamic interrelationship that gives classes their significance. In contrast, Marxists treat class as the key concept in an entire social order known as capitalism, or feudalism, or slavery, centering around the ownership of the means of production, being factories, mines, oil wells, agribusinesses, media conglomerates, and the like, and the need, if one lacks ownership, to sell one's labor on terms that are highly favorable to the employer. Right backs. Welcome in. Hey guys. Great to see you all. Class gets its significance from the process of surplus extraction. The relationship between worker and owner is essentially an exploitative one involving the constant transfer of wealth from those who labor but do not own to those who own but do not labor. This is how some people get richer and richer without working, or with doing only a fraction of the work that enriches them, while others toil hard for an entire lifetime only to end up with little or nothing. Both orthodox social scientists and left ABC theorists treat the diverse social factions within the non-capitalist class as classes unto themselves. So they speak of a blue-collar class, a professional class, and the like. In doing so, they claim to be moving beyond a reductionist, Marxist dualistic model of classes. But what is more reductionist than to ignore the underlying dynamics of economic power and the conflict between capital and labor? What is more misleading than to treat occupational groups as autonomous classes, giving attention to every social group in capitalist society except the capitalist class itself, to every social conflict except class conflict? Both conventional and left ABC theorists have difficulty understanding that the creation of a managerial or technocratic social formation constitutes no basic change in the property relations of capitalism, no creation of new classes. Professionals and managers are not an autonomous class as such. Rather, they are mental workers who live much better than most other employees, but who still serve the accumulation process on behalf of corporate owners. Everyday class struggle. To support their view that class, in the Marxist sense, is passé, the ABC theorists repeatedly assert that there's not going to be a workers' revolution in the United States in the foreseeable future. I heard this sentiment expressed at 3 different panels during a Gramsci conference at Amherst, Massachusetts in '87. Even if we agree with this prophecy, we might still wonder how it becomes grounds for rejecting class analysis and for concluding that there is no such thing as exploitation of labor by capital and no opposition from people who work for a living. The feminist revolution that was going to transform our entire patriarchal society has thus far not materialized. Yet no progressive person takes this to mean that sexism is a chimera or that gender-related struggles are of no great moment. That workers in the United States are not throwing up barricades does not mean class struggle is a myth. In present-day society, each struggle permeates almost all workplace activities. Employers are relentlessly grinding away at workers, and workers are constantly fighting back against employers. Capital's class war is waged with court injunctions, anti-labor laws, police repression, union busting, contract violations, sweatshops, dishonest clocking of time, safety violations, harassing and firing of resistant workers, cutbacks in wages and benefits, raids of pension funds, layoffs, and plant closings. Labor fights back with union organizing, strikes, slowdowns, boycotts, public demonstrations, job actions, coordinated absenteeism, and workplace sabotage. Class has a dynamic that goes beyond its immediate visibility. Whether we're aware of it or not, class realities permeate our society, determining much about our capacity to pursue our own interests. Class power is a factor in setting the political agenda, selecting leaders, reporting the news, funding science and education, distributing healthcare, mistreating the environment, depressing wages, resisting racial and gender equality, marketing entertainment and the arts, propagating religious messages, suppressing dissidents, and defining social reality itself. ABC theorists see the working class as not only incapable of revolution, but as on the way out, declining in significance as a social formation. Anyone who still thinks that class is of primary importance is labeled a diehard Marxist, guilty of economism and reductionism, and unable to keep up with the post-Marxist, post-structuralist, post-industrialist, post-capitalist, post-modernist, and post-deconstructionist times. It is ironic that some left intellectuals should deem class struggle to be largely irrelevant, at the very time class power is becoming increasingly transparent, at the very time corporate concentration and profit accumulation is more rapacious than ever, and the tax system has become more regressive and oppressive. The upward transfer of income and wealth has accelerated. Public sector assets are being privatized. Corporate money exercises and increasing control over the political process. People at home and abroad are working harder for less, and throughout the world, poverty is growing at a faster rate than overall population. There are neoconservatives and mainstream centrists who manifest a better awareness of class struggle than left ABC theorists. Thus, former managing editor of the New York Times, A.M. Rosenthal, sees the Republican Party's slash and burn offensive against social programs as not only a prescription for class struggle, but the beginning of its reality. Rosenthal goes on to quote Wall Street financier Felix Rohatyn, who notes that the big beneficiaries of our economic expansion have been the owners of financial assets in what amounts to a huge transfer of wealth from lower-skilled, middle-class American workers to the owners of capital assets and to the new technological aristocracy. Increasingly, working people see themselves as simply temporary assets to be hired or fired to protect the bottom line and create shareholder value. He says little for left ABC intellectuals when they can be outclassed by establishment people like Rosenthal and Rohatyn. Seizing upon anything but class, U.S. leftists today have developed an array of identity groups centering around ethnic, gender, cultural, and lifestyle issues. These groups treat their respective grievances as something apart from class struggle and have almost nothing to say about the increasingly harsh politico-economic class injustices perpetrated against us all. Identity groups tend to emphasize their distinctiveness and their separateness from each other, thus fractionalizing the protest movement. To be sure, they have important contributions to make around issues that are particularly salient to them, issues often overlooked by others. But they also should not downplay their common interests, nor overlook the common class enemy they face. Forces that impose class injustice and economic exploitation are the same ones that propagate racism, sexism, militarism, ecological devastation, homophobia, xenophobia, and the like. People may not develop a class consciousness, but they still are affected by the power, privileges, and handicaps related to the distribution of wealth and want. These realities are not canceled out by race, gender, or culture. The latter factors operate within an overall class society. The exigencies of class power and exploitation shape the social reality we all live in. Racism and sexism helped to create super-exploited categories of workers, minorities, and women, and reinforce the notions of inequality that are so functional for a capitalist system. To embrace a class analysis is not to deny the significance of identity issues, but to see how these are linked both to each other and to the overall structure of politico-economic power. An awareness of class relations deepens our understanding of culture, race, gender, and other such things. Wealth and power. In order that a select few might live in great opulence, millions of people work hard for an entire lifetime, never free from financial insecurity and at great cost to the quality of their lives. Complaint is not that the very rich have so much more than everyone else, but that their superabundance and endless accumulation comes at the expense of everyone and everything else, including our communities and our environment. Great concentrations of wealth give the owning class control not only over the livelihoods of millions, but over civic life itself. Money is the necessary ingredient that gives the rich their immense political influence, their monopoly ownership of mass media, their access to skilled lobbyists, and high public office. To those who possess it, great wealth also brings social prestige and cultural dominance, including membership on the governing boards of foundations, universities, museums, research institutions, and professional schools. Likewise, the absence of money is what makes the have-nots and have-littles relatively powerless, depriving them of access to national media and severely limiting their influence over political decision-makers. As the gap between the corporate rich and the rest of us grows, the opportunities for popular rule diminish. There's much discourse on how to balance freedom with security. History offers numerous examples of leaders who, in the name of national security, have been ready to extinguish what precious few liberties people might have won after generations of struggle. Challenges to the privileged social order are treated as attacks upon all social order, a plunge into chaos and anarchy. Repressive measures are declared necessary to safeguard people from the dangers of terrorists, subversives, Reds, and other supposed enemies, both foreign and domestic. Again and again, we're asked to choose between freedom and security, when in truth there is no security without freedom. In both dictatorships and democracies, the agencies of national security, acting secretively and unaccountably, have regularly violated both our freedom and our security, practicing every known form of repression, corruption, and deceit. Once in control of the state, plutocratic interests can use a regressive taxation system to make the public pay for the agencies of repression that are essential to elite domination. Still, democratic governance can prove troublesome, inciting all sorts of public demands and imposing restraints on big businesses' enjoyment of a freewheeling market. For this reason, the captains of capitalism and their conservative publicists support both a strong state armed with every intrusive power and a weak government unable to stop corporate abuse or serve the needs of the ordinary populace. Aside for the systemic imperatives that cause capitalism to accumulate without end, we must also reckon with the driving force of class greed. Wealth is an addiction. There's no end to the amount of money one might desire to accumulate. The best security to being rich is to get still richer, piling possession upon possession, giving oneself over to the auri sacra fames, the cursed greed for gold, the desire for more money than can be consumed in 1,000 lifetimes of limited indulgence, wanting in nothing but still more and more money. Wealth buys every comfort and privilege in life, the fame of fortune elevating the possessor to the highest social stratosphere, an expression of the aggrandizing self, an expansion of the ego's boundary, an extension of one's existence beyond the grave, leaving one feeling almost invulnerable to time and mortality. Wealth is pursued without moral restraint. The very rich try to crush anyone who resists their endless, heartless, unprincipled accumulation. Like any addiction, money is not pursued in that obsessive, amoral, single-minded way, revealing a total disregard for what is right or wrong, just or unjust, and indifference to other considerations and other people's interests, and even one's own interests should they go beyond feeding the addiction. I don't see it either, homie. Sometimes it just tripped out. I don't know. Eco-apocalypse, a class act. In 1876, Marxist collaborator Friedrich Engels offered a prophetic caveat. Let us not flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human conquest over nature, for each such conquest takes its revenge on us. At every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside of nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belonging to nature, and exist in its midst. Maybe it's a long comment, yeah. With its never-ending emphasis on exploitation and expansion, and its indifference to environmental costs, capitalism appears determined to stand outside nature. The essence of capitalism is raison d'être. Is that how you say that? Is to convert nature into commodities and commodities into capital, transforming the living earth into inanimate wealth. This capital accumulation process wreaks havoc upon the global ecological system. It treats the planet's life-sustaining resources, arable land, groundwater, wetlands, forests, fisheries, ocean beds, rivers, air quality as dispensable ingredients of limitless supply to be consumed or toxified at will. Consequently, the support systems of the entire ecosphere, the planet's thin skin of fresh air, water, and topsoil are at risk, threatened by such things as global warming, massive erosion, and ozone depletion. I need a pause. My phone tripping out. My iPad ringing, but not my phone. My phone on and off. My number I didn't recognize anyways, but still. I feel like I've had a glitch and I've had a comment not go through before. Are you like trying over and over and it's just not letting you? Thanks, Ross. Red 3? Iodine? An iodine thing? Y'all bear with me for a minute here. Ring here, but not there. Oh, I did get the voicemail. Hold up. Telling you. That was a waste of my time. I'm so sorry to interrupt like that. Okay. Where was I? Here. Like really thrown off by some shit right now. Okay. I'm going to keep reading here. Sorry. Global warming is caused by tropical deforestation, motor vehicle exhaust, and other fossil fuel emissions that create a greenhouse effect, trapping heat close to the Earth's surface. This massed heat is altering the atmospheric chemistry and climate patterns across the planet, causing record droughts, floods, tidal waves, snowstorms, hurricanes, heat waves, and great losses in soil moisture. We now know that the planet does not have a limitless ability to absorb heat caused by energy consumption. Another potential catastrophe is the shrinkage of the ozone layer that shields us from the sun's deadliest rays. Over 2.5 billion pounds of ozone-depleting chemicals are emitted into the Earth's atmosphere every year, resulting in excess ultraviolet radiation that's causing an alarming rise in skin cancer and other diseases. Increased radiation is damaging trees, crops, and coral reefs, and destroying the ocean's phytoplankton, source of about half the planet's oxygen. And if the planets die, so do we. At the same time, the rise in pollution and population has given us acid rain, soil erosion, silting of waterways, shrinking of grasslands, disappearing of water supplies and wetlands, and the obliteration of thousands of species, with hundreds more on the endangered list. 1970, on what was called Environment Day, President Richard Nixon intoned, "What a strange creature is man, that he fouls his own nest." With that utterance, Nixon was helping to propagate the myth that the ecological crisis we face is a matter of irrational individual behavior rather than being of a social magnitude. In truth, the problem is not individual choice, but the system that imposes itself on individuals and prefigures their choice. Behind the ecological crisis is the reality of class interest and power. An ever-expanding capitalism and a fragile, finite ecology are on a calamitous collision course. It is not true that the ruling politico-economic interests are in a state of denial about this. Far worse than denial, they are in a state of utter antagonism toward those who think the planet is more important than corporate interests. So they defame environmentalists as eco-terrorists, EPA Gestapo, Earth Day alarmists, tree huggers, and purveyors of green hysteria and liberal claptrap. Some environmental activists in this country have been the object of terrorist assaults conducted by unknown assailants with the implicit tolerance of law enforcement authorities. Autocrats in countries like Nigeria, in bed with the polluting oil companies, have waged brutal war upon environmentalists, going so far as to hang popular leader Ken Saro-Wiwa. In recent years, conservatives within and without Congress, fueled by corporate lobbyists, have supported measures that, 1. Prevent the EPA from keeping toxic fill out of lakes and harbors, 2. Eliminate most of the wetland acreage that was set to be set aside for a reserve, 3. Completely deregulate the production of chlorofluorocarbons that deplete the ozone layer, and 4. Virtually eliminate clean water and clean air standards, 5. Open the unspoiled Arctic Wildlife Refuge in Alaska to oil and gas drilling, 6. Defund efforts to keep raw sewage out of rivers and away from beaches, 7. Privatize and open national parks to commercial development, 8. Give the few remaining ancient forests over to unrestrained logging, and 9. Repeal the Endangered Species Act. In sum, their openly professed intent has been to eviscerate all our environmental protections, however inadequate these are. Conservatives maintain that there is no environmental crisis. Technological advances will continue to make life better for more and more people. One might wonder why rich and powerful interests take this seemingly suicidal anti-environmental route. They can destroy welfare, public housing, public education, public transportation, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid with impunity, for they and their children will not be thereby be deprived, having more than sufficient means to procure private services for themselves. The environment is a different story. Wealthy conservatives and their corporate lobbyists inhabit the same polluted planet as everyone else, eat the same chemicalized food, and breathe the same toxified air. In fact, they do not live exactly as everyone else. They experience a different class reality, residing in places where their air is somewhat better than in low and middle income areas. They have access to food that is organically raised and specially prepared. The nation's toxic dumps and freeways usually are not situated in or near their swanky neighborhoods. The pesticide sprays are not poured over their trees and gardens. Clear cutting does not desolate their ranches, estates, and vacation spots. Even when they or their children succumb to a dread disease like cancer, they do not link the tragedy to environmental factors, though scientists now believe that most cancers stem from human-made causes. They deny there is a larger problem because they themselves create that problem and owe much of their wealth to it. How can they deny the threat of an ecological apocalypse brought on by ozone depletion, global warming, disappearing topsoil, and dying oceans? Do the dominant elites want to see life on Earth, including their own, destroyed? In the long run, they indeed will be victims of their own policies along with everyone else. However, like us all, they live not in the long run, but in the here and now. For the ruling interests, what is at stake is something of more immediate and greater concern than global ecology. It is global capital accumulation. Why is that killing me? The fate of the biosphere is an abstraction compared to the fate of one's own investments. Furthermore, pollution pays while ecology costs. Every dollar a company must spend on environmental protections is one less dollar in earnings. It is more profitable to treat the environment like a septic tank, pouring thousands of new harmful chemicals into the atmosphere each year, dumping raw industrial effluent into the river or bay, turning waterways into open sewers. The long-term benefit of preserving a river that runs alongside a community where the corporate polluters do not live anyway does not weigh as heavily as the immediate gain that comes from the ecologically costly modes of production. Solar, wind, and tidal energy systems could help avert ecological disaster, but they would bring disaster to the rich oil cartels. 6 of the world's top 10 industrial corporations are involved primarily in the production of oil, gasoline, and motor vehicles. Fossil fuel pollution means billions in profits. Ecologically sustainable forms of production threaten those profits. Immense and imminent gain for oneself is a far more compelling consideration than a diffuse loss shared by the general public. The cost of turning a forest into a wasteland weighs little against the profits that come from harvesting the timber. This conflict between immediate private gain on the one hand and remote public benefit on the other operates even at the individual consumer level. Thus, it is in one's long-term interest not to operate a motor vehicle which contributes more to environmental devastation than any other single consumer item. But we have an immediate need for transportation in order to get to work or do whatever else needs doing. So most of us have no choice except to own and use automobiles. The car culture demonstrates how the ecological crisis is not primarily an individual matter of man soiling his own nest. In most instances, the choice of using a car is no choice at all. Ecologically efficient and less costly electric car mass transportation has been deliberately destroyed since the 30s in campaigns waged across the country in the automotive, oil, and tire industries. Corporations involved in transportation put America on wheels in order to maximize consumption costs for the public and profits for themselves, and to hell with the environment or anything else. The enormous interests of giant multinational corporations outweigh the doomsayer predictions about an ecological crisis. Sober business heads refuse to get caught up in the hysteria about the environment, preferring to quietly augment their fortunes. Besides, there can always be found a few experts who will go against all the evidence and say that the jury's still out, that there is no conclusive proof to support the alarmists. Conclusive proof in this case would come only when we reach the point of no return. Ecology is profoundly subversive of capitalism. It needs planned, environmentally sustainable production rather than the rapacious, unregulated kind. It requires economical consumption rather than an artificially stimulated, overexpanding consumerism. It calls for natural, low-cost energy systems rather than profitable, high-cost, polluting ones. Ecology's implications for capitalism are too horrendous for the capitalist to contemplate. Those in the higher circles who once hired black shirts to destroy democracy out of fear that their class interests were threatened have no trouble doing the same against eco-terrorists. Those who have waged merciless war against the Reds have no trouble making war against the Greens. Those who have brought poverty, wages, exploitation, unemployment, homelessness, urban decay, and other oppressive economic conditions are not too troubled about bringing us ecological crisis. The plutocrats are more wedded to their wealth than to the earth upon which they live, more concerned with the fate of their fortunes than with the fate of the planet. The struggle over environmentalism is part of the class struggle itself, a fact that seems to have escaped many environmentalists. The impending eco-apocalypse is a class act. It has been created by and for the benefit of the few, at the expense of the many. Trouble is, this time, the class act may take all of us down, once and forever. In the relationship between wealth and power, what is at stake is not only economic justice, but democracy itself, and the survival of the biosphere. Unfortunately, the struggle for democracy and ecological sanity is not likely to be advanced by trendy, jargonized ABC theorists who treat class as an outmoded concept and who seem ready to consider anything but the realities of capitalist power. In this, they are little different from the dominant ideology they profess to oppose. They are the ones who need to get back on this planet. The only countervailing force that might eventually turn things in a better direction is an informed and mobilized citizenry. Whatever their shortcomings, the people are our best hope. Indeed, we are they. Whether or not the ruling circles still wear black shirts, and whether or not their opponents are reds, la luta continua. The struggle continues. Today, tomorrow, and all throughout all history.
Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues.
Set. Pizza break.
The big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union. What we hear also is that there's another pernicious element, and the thing we have to stop in these countries is a thing called communism, and that there are communists in these countries. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time we ask, what's a communist? What does a communist do that is so dangerous? They would have us believe that communists merely hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. They would have us believe, well, the New York Times, let me refer to an editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive Managua regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments, they have regimes. You see that in newspapers all the time. We have governments. And I said to myself, what is undesirable and offensive about Managua? Is it the land reform program, where they took all that massive land owned by those few rich compradors and gave it out to the people who were starved for land? Is it the farm co-ops that they're setting up? Is it the community industries and the public work programs to create jobs for people who have been chronically unemployed? Is it the food program, a ration of beans and rice for every kid in Nicaragua so that nobody, no matter how poor that country is, they're all getting fed? Is it having the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America despite earthquake and civil war and foreign invasion and attack and embargo? Lower even than Costa Rica, which is supposed to be the big show place? What's so offensive about Managua? It is those things in some degree. It is creating a competing social order. It is people, it is those who have been downtrodden. It has been those who have been used as fodder in the capital accumulation process, now claiming back the process of production, claiming back their own land, claiming back their own flag, their own dignity, and saying this country is going to be for us and not for you anymore, gringo. And that's the communist program, and that's what communists are. I had somebody up in Vermont say, she got up and she was one of those trust funders who works on peace a lot, and she said, oh, sorry there. She said, people are saying that the Salvadoran guerrillas are communists, but they're not communists. They're just ordinary peasants. So why are we fighting them? The implication being that if they were communists, it would be okay to go in and pulverize them. And I pointed out that, well, look, at least in the FLN, the front, there's at least 2 of those 5 groups, at least 2. I'm not sure about all of it. But at least 2 of them that would not deny the label communist. They would say, yo soy comunista. You know, they'd say it. And they would say it proudly. And what does it mean to be a communist? It means to fight and devote yourself to the people. If communists, if we leftists, if we Marxists, if we revolutionaries, if we progressives, if we all we want is to hunger for power, then why do we side with the powerless? Then why don't we toady up to power? Why don't we take the road of the Henry Kissingers and the Daniel Patrick Moynahans and the Ziggy Brzezinskis and the Eugene Rostows and the McGeorge Bundys who toady up and mouth for power? When Henry Kissinger was made National Security Advisor for Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going-away present. As Nelson Rockefeller testified himself before the Senate committee when he was being appointed Vice President of the United States. And they asked, and the senators, well, they really went at Rockefeller really hard. They said, why'd you do that, Mr. Rockefeller? And Rockefeller said, well, giving's always been a tradition in our family. Giving. They cast their bread upon the waters and more came back, didn't it? He was saying to Henry Kissinger, Henry, I brought you out of Harvard. I brought you out of that Center for, or whatever that was, Strategic Studies, because I liked the books you were writing and you were writing them for me. Henry, you remember you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is. It's climbing, like the political climbers and careers have done in every country in the world. And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out on the picket lines. We put our jobs on the line. We risk our careers. In many cases, we even risk our physical safety and our lives in all sorts of countries. If it's power we want, why do we take such a circuitous route? If it's power Senator Garland wants, why is he standing back there? And 70 years standing like a legion. Well, these communists do all these reform things, yes. And liberal columnist Richard Cohen in the Washington Post says, and I think I've heard it about 800 times from different people, we ought to copy what the communists do. Why are we always on the wrong side? Why do we go into these countries and find ourselves on the side of the big landowners, the sweatshop owners, the big corrupt generals who run little prostitution rackets on the side and all that stuff? And why are we with that element? Why don't we capture the hearts and minds of the people the way the communists do? Why don't we copy their techniques? What are their techniques? Well, communist techniques are very well known. Just the things we just said. They go into the village. They do land reform. They try to bring clean drinking water. They pay for the food they take. They try to help the people organize themselves. That's what they do. But if we did those things, we not only would have stolen their program, we would have become them. Because that's what they were doing. That's the thing we're fighting to prevent. Not we. That's what our government and our ruling class is fighting to prevent. That's why we always go in on the wrong side, because the wrong side is the right side for the class interests of this administration and every other administration that's occupied the White House. So it is the heart of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. Now, the Soviet Union is a serious problem for world capitalism. First, it's the strongest socialist country. As the strongest socialist country, it is a major target. Second, it has assisted other revolutionary movements, mostly just diplomatically, politically, morally, but also sometimes with material aid. Not much but rather substantial aid in the case of Vietnam. So, one goal is to try to contain the Soviet Union. The dream is finally to roll back the events of 1917, to undo history, to bring back that time when all the world belonged to us and there were no problems like this. And there.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that there. Wow, what a stream. I'm thinking about wrapping up there. Y'all have a good stream today? Have a good one? I hope so. I hope so. For myself and Yoshimi, very good stream. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Really important stream. You know? They don't call it the most important stream on the planet for nothing. There's got to be a reason. Am I wrapping up? I'm wrapping up. I think I'm going to raid Rob. Feel comfortable raiding Rob these days. Oh, he's shilling right now. I got a guy who wants to help me produce long form edit. He does video editing, but he also knows musicians. He wants to help me produce long form content? Are you talking about you? So weird. Check out the Eyes Left podcast about DeSantis. Horrifying. Thanks. Oh, he's in the middle of a hype train over here. Good time for a raid, huh? He's in chat earlier, a friend of yours. Oh. Cool. Quack. All right, here comes Rob Rousseau raid. Thank you for being with me today. Y'all, you're wonderful. Yoshi, you're always in my way. Shout out Rob Rousseau. Here comes the raid. Be good to yourself, please. And be good to each other. Safety first. What else? You know? Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. All right. Have a really nice day. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I know it might be a little bit early for this, but ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Bye. We hope to see you tomorrow. I may take tomorrow morning off. I don't know what's going to happen. Have a really nice night. Hope to see you next time. Yep. I don't know what button to push. One of these buttons. See it. There it is. Whoops. There you go. I got it.
We do it because it's right.
That's true.